Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Startup Elevate 2025, an exclusive deep tech startup conference hosted by OIST Innovation and Lifetime Ventures. My name is Izumi Tanaka, and I'll be your MC for today. To begin Day 2 of Startup Elevate Sustainability Day, we will start with the opening remarks from Lifetime Ventures and OIST Innovation. This session will set the stage for the day, sharing the vision behind Startup Elevate and how innovation is nurtured here at OIST. Please welcome Koshu Kunii from Lifetime Ventures for the opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to those who have joined us yesterday, and welcome to those who are joining us for the first time today. My name is Koshu Kunii from Lifetime Ventures, and I'm so happy that every one of you is here today. It's particularly great to see this room filled. Again, to be precise, 488 of you. And I would like to start by thanking all of you, especially those who have traveled here from, obviously, Tokyo, Osaka, but also from Singapore, Bangkok, Paris, London, San Francisco, New York, and beyond. Your presence here shows how urgent and important this conversation on sustainability has become. And Startup Elevate is about one thing, which is connecting startups, VCs, and LPs to together elevate global deep tech startup ecosystem from OIST, from Okinawa, from Japan. What began as an experiment with OIST in a series of organized tours a few years ago has now turned into a platform where we can connect founders, researchers, partners, corporates, and startups into bringing deep tech innovation to the world. And today is packed with opportunities to learn, connect, and even challenge each other. Startup Elevate consists of 3 parts: conference, pitch, and networking. During the conference, we will have panels, posters, and LPVC Investor Elevate session. Panels on how to make systemic change towards sustainability, to how to align financial return with sustainability impact, to how physical world may look like in the future, to how corporates and startups can work together to bring innovation, and AI's implication in sustainability. Throughout the day, you'll also find posters and startup showcases. Well, you'll be speaking from carbon negative materials, agri-aquaculture, sustainable robotics, and AI-enabled climate solutions and beyond. And we also have a pre-registration only Investor Elevate, which is LP and VC sessions, where LPs and VCs can discuss how to align capital towards sustainability. And we also have pitches where a mentor VC and founder pair will be pitching together. They will present the pitch that has been polished over together intensively over the past 1 month. And we'll end with a networking at a nearby hotel off campus with a bit of a touch of Okinawan culture. Today is not just about listening. It is about discussing, questioning, and connecting. Because I believe that sustainability cannot be accomplished in silos, in isolation, but it can only be achieved by working together. We would also like to give a sincere thanks to all our sponsors for making this today and yesterday happen. Now, Startup Elevate tradition, we have this one magic word. For those of you who have already come yesterday, you know the drill. But for those who have just got here, we would like to go over this exercise. So we have our in-house startup elevator, Ryusei Yamada. And throughout the day, throughout the auditorium and other venues, he'll be around, and whenever you hear the word startup, you have to respond with elevate while raising your fist up. So we'll go one practice with Ryusei. So when he says startup, we go elevate. Are you ready?
Please response. Start up. Elevate! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now please welcome Gil Glana Mayer, Executive Vice President of Innovation and Outreach at OIST, for the opening.
Good morning, everyone. Again, day 2. I'm delighted to see all of you here. It's really a dream coming true to see so many investors, entrepreneurs, researchers, innovators, and colleagues come together. I want to talk today about the roles of university in deep tech, and specifically to mention the opportunity for deep tech startups, and specifically in sustainability, to collaborate with universities. As Koshu said, the challenges are huge, and without collaborating and without working together, it will not work. Before that, let me just start by a very short self-introduction. So I come from Israel. I spent 20 years in the intersection of science and business, and actually I find it my passion, because it's really the most satisfying thing to see a research being transformed into a startup or a solution. I spent many years at the Weizmann Institute, heading the tech transfer company of the Weizmann Institute, and that company had a tremendous success in tech transfer, mainly in pharmaceuticals. So yesterday I could go about 7 blockbusters, but actually other technologies too. I served a role in the ecosystem in Israel as head of the tech transfer organization, and then as a member of 8400, which is focused on health. And in 2021, I joined OIST to try and boost our innovation side. And this year, I also joined the Kesaityuka, and it's part of our strategy to be really connected to the business community in many levels and also impact the decision-making. For those of you who saw this slide yesterday, apologies again, but I just want to make sure everyone understands what OIST is all about. So OIST is a very special university that was created by the Japanese government actually 15 years ago. So we are very young, and it is designed in a very special way. It's totally independent, not under MEXT, reporting to the cabinet office, but more important, it's flat in structure, no departments, only no undergraduates, focused on deep research and curiosity-driven research. And one of the key features is high trust funding and and kind of international faculty. So high trust funding, for those of you who don't understand that, it means that we give the researchers these beautiful facilities, almost everything for free here for their research, and 5-year support. And they're expected to deliver unexpected and exceptional results, and then we judge them with an international panel that reviews their work. And this type of high trust funding is really very different from most universities and allows for the researchers to be very bold in their research and take risk. Our governance is very different. We have a separate BOG and BOC. Actually, one of our BOC members is here, so you'll hear from him later, Duncan, and thank you for your support. So going to the flywheel concept from Jim Collins, and it's all about momentum. So the future of OIST is really about creating a change, and with this change we can even increase our own operation. So this concept is really taking from the business sector, and it's saying that every organization has core capacities, core activities that if you perform well in each one of them is contributing to the momentum. And if you look at OIST, you can see that everything we decide to do is impacting that. So it's selecting the best globally. So we have 60% of our faculty coming from overseas and 80% of the students coming from overseas. Then give them the infrastructure and the support needed with the high trust funding, which sparks curiosity-driven and multidisciplinary thinking. Then we have OIST innovation as the tech transfer or the operation that is really helping to push the technologies and to push the innovation out, to create social impact, to have more and more earning and also commercial success, which attracts more philanthropic support, which will enable us to grow the university in the future and have more talent brought into Japan. So going into our operation, you can see that we have a lot of activities that we do to support innovation and to support startups. Today, I'm going to focus on the things that I think are important for startups that are in the deep tech and maybe also in the environmental and sustainability. So this is not a new thing, but there's a big challenge, okay, for deep tech. And it's very clear that deep tech startups are different. They need more time, they need more resources, they need more funding, and the return and the risk is, the return may be high, but the risk is very high too. And I've seen so many startups failing because of lack of resources or the ability or access to test beds and ability to get infrastructure, huge infrastructures in place. So universities have a role really to contribute here. And our role goes before the commercialization, and this is the POC activity that I'm going to very briefly describe to you what we're doing. And then also, as the startups grow, provide them with the needed acceleration, the incubation, and the infrastructure. So let's start with the POC. So that's what we're doing, like accelerating gap funding and testbed and incubation. So let's start with the POC. So POC is really gap funding, and it is aimed to take good research and shorten the runway for it to go into the market and improve the chances that it will be successful. Again, in the deep tech context, if you don't do that, you release technologies that are unready, and chances for funding, chances for success are reduced dramatically. So universities, and certainly this is what OIST is doing, we have our internal funding to support good projects, and we select them competitively, and then we invest in them in a smart way. It's focused, goal-oriented, it's time-limited, and it's really enveloped with or supported by mentorship and other tools to support the team going forward. That is very important. It also is very transformative, and many of our researchers start to think and consider market needs and understanding of problems, real-life problems, beyond the immediate publication. And actually, the gap funding is really catching up globally, and you can see here that in the UK, they just last year released a £40 million fund. It's very small for a country, but nevertheless, it reflects that it has a power, and as you can see here, the feedback it's really very effective, 32% increase in translating discoveries. It is a game changer, etc., etc. And OIST has been doing that for a few years already, and you can see some of the technologies that we are developing at the moment. These are projects in the process from 2024. These are late projects that we kind of accepted. You can see aquaculture, improving squid cultivation, and also shrimps. And you can see a startup or a project that is focused on macroplastics and trying to find ways to measure microplastics in the sea and in the animals, and trying to find ways to provide a scale about the problem, and also help companies to identify what we have. I'm very happy also to share with you this startup that just emerged from our startup, from our POC. This is Qubit Core, and Qubit Core is doing quantum computing, ion-trapped, and they just received a seed funding from OIST Lifetime Venture, and with Professor Takahashi taking a leading role from the scientific side in the company. So as you can see, the POC is very effective and very productive. I'm moving now to another way for us to support deep tech, and this is acceleration. And we have a wonderful acceleration program. Some of you may know this is open for external innovation, and most universities do not do external innovation. So we are open for that, and we do it for several reasons. First, because we believe that it's our mission to support startups, and we get a return by inviting startups to our campus. We know that we're too small to create enough innovation here to create a hub here, so we invite innovation from outside, and we provide the startups with a 1-year support, 10 million grant. It's non-dilutive, and they can spend a year here and enjoy our supporting system and supporting programs, connection, soft landing in Japan, et cetera, et cetera. We have a program which accepts 25 startups a year for online. Then we bring them for 2 weeks here on ground, and then at the end, 4 are selected to stay with us the whole year. And these are our graduates, and most of them, I'm happy to say, build their business here or have a presence in Okinawa. So it has a tremendous effect. So we have our own pitching competition, and this is just to give you a flavor. Another thing we just started off to support innovation, and I think it's really relevant for sustainability, is our sustainable energy testbed. And this is a very initial step, but we are very determined to expand it. So the problem is that islands have specific needs for energy, which are not addressed, mainly the grid, and here also the typhoon and the ocean. And there are different problems that need to be solved. So we thought about creating, starting from the campus, a testbed. And the testbed is really a combination, a real-life lab to combine different technologies. We know that for energy solutions, you have to have a line of technologies that merge together into a solution. And we started to work with the local electricity company, Okiden, and we have an agreement with them to go forward with Mitsubishi Corporation and with additional 2 startups that are joining that. So there's a room for more startups to come up, and this is focused on renewable energy and management of energy. So smart management systems are very welcomed. Mobility solutions, and logistics solutions. And this is just the beginning. And I think we hear and see the interest in the island for these solutions, and I think that's a great start, and lots of interest from other municipalities around us. And also looking into the future, I think this is going to be a major issue for everyone, specifically Okinawa. let me end with the description of our incubators, and that's another opportunity for startups and deep tech startups to collaborate with us. So any deep tech, and you will have an opportunity to visit the facilities that we just opened this year. This is 2,000 square meters facilities that we received from the generous support of METI and the Cabinet Office, and it is fully equipped with anything that a startup not going into, I would say, very complicated like fusion technology, but we have everything from the lab and the maker space that startups may need, and it's quite unique here in Okinawa. And the uniqueness is also the fact that it's on campus, so it's in close proximity. But it's not just a facility; it's really our core, and that's why we call it core. Core 1 and Core 2. This is our core for innovation, and OIST Innovation, my division, moved into this place to be close to the startups and the innovators, so you're most welcome to come and visit us. This is a place where we organize events, we're having support to the startups. It's open for startups, for support companies, for venture capitalists, and we look for more partners to join this effort. So with that, I just want to thank all of you for making the effort and giving us your precious time to joining us for this important issue. I want to also thank our partners, Lifetime Venture, for their continuous partnership, and it's a great pleasure to work with them. And it has been a tremendous journey for the last few years, and this is kind of one of the heights of this. And I want to thank all the sponsors that support this event. And last but not least, I want to thank my team, which has been working and is working hard around this event and supporting that. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful day. And let's do this again. Startup. Elevate.
Thank you, Gil. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We are now moving into the sustainability track with our session titled Sustainable Systems: How Can Science, Capital, and Network Drive Sustainability? This panel will take a high-level look at what is needed to achieve environmental sustainability through the interplay of science, policy, and capital. Our experts will share insights and examples on how to bridge research and market adoption while managing risks and policy challenges. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. Yuka Hata, Japan Investment Corporation. Victor Mulas, CIC Global. Dave McCullers, Practical Venture Capital. Special comment from Gil Glana-Mayer, OIST. And Duncan Clark, BDA Limited, OIST Board of Counselor. So let's begin.
Konnichiwa. Hello, everybody. Everybody feeling good? If I say the word beginning with S, you're going to say something. This is Startup Elevate. Yes. 2025 here at OIST. My name is Duncan Clark. I know that because I have these heads-up display glasses, so I can actually read. Sorry, I need to speak to the mic. I'm trialing these glasses. So later, if you want to ask questions in Japanese or in fact any of 50 languages, I will try to relay those in English. We can check out the glasses. And if it doesn't go well, we can just blame the glasses. It's fine. But it's a great pleasure to be here today to talk about sustainable systems. How can science, capital, and network drive sustainability? That word network is quite interesting because it's ill-defined, which is good for us. We're going to be exploring that. And again, my name is Duncan Clark. I am luckily here on the board of counselors here at OIST. I'm also part-time in Japan at Waseda University at a new institute called Japan and the Global Economy, and also do a lot of investment work around Asia. 9 years ago, my book on Alibaba came out. I'm looking for new Jack Ma's. So if anybody wants to be the next Jack Ma, I need to write a new book. So please, no pressure. But it's so exciting that here at OIST, And I think we'll be seeing the innovation labs. There's a real potential, in particular with Gil's special sauce, secret sauce experience that you just described. It's very exciting now. After, 14, 15 years of OIST, I think? We're on the edge now of real innovation coming to commercial potential as well. It's very exciting. But today we're focusing on sustainability, and we are indeed very grateful to have Madam Yuka Hata. She's the Senior Managing Director, Head of Funds Investment at JIC, and I think we'll kick off with you while Gil has to make his special comment. They said you're going to make a very special comment, so you have extra time. But Yuko, if you'd like to maybe give us an initial overview, 3 to 4 minutes on what do you see, the outlook for sustainability from your perspective here in Japan. Thank you. And I guess you'll take this mic.
Hello everyone. My name is Yuka Hata. I'm heading fund investment program for JIC. Just quick introduction, just myself. Back in 2020 July, I joined JIC and the starting of this kind of fund investment program from scratch. If just may have a share my 2-3 minutes to let you know what JIC is actually really working on kind of ecosystem since 2020. So JIC has actually 2 investment programs. One for the buyout strategies. Some of the people may know that the JIC actually has a direct investment team called JIC Capitals. And out of their team, we work on the buyout strategy, especially if we see that the industry restructuring, industry consolidation opportunities, if we see, we really work on heavily and take a control over the companies. And currently, we are managing the fund roughly $7 billion US dollar equivalent fund, which is quite big budget to really work on the buyout strategies that we've been working for the buyout space. As for the VC space, again, some of people you may know that we have the direct investment arm called VGI, Venture Growth Investment. Out of VGI, we are working on the growth capital investment as well as the early stage investment, especially for the deep tech space. And currently, they are managing roughly around 1.56 billion US dollar equivalent fund. And out of my fund investment team, we've been investing to the managers around like 50 managers so far. And our core strategies, indeed, we work on the deep tech space from day one. Obviously, we can actually, can dive into more deeply later on, but just roughly, we're not just giving the capital to provide, as well as we are working on heavily to collaborate with the GP to improve their governance, VC firm itself, and also helping them to build their excellent team for the VC firm. For that reason, not capital to provide to the GPs, not just giving to the startup people. Actually, they need a capital AUM to hiring the best talent in this ecosystem to really work on the startup.
We continue with the 5 minutes introduction. All right. So hello everyone, and thank you to provide that overview of GIC. I'm going to provide also the overview of CIC. So a lot of acronyms here. But it stands for Cambridge Innovation Center. And I have some slides also to show you a little bit because we are in Japan, but we have a global network. And I think that is the part that we are trying to bring to Japan. So I'm Victor Mulas, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer of CIC. My role is to help connect all our network, all our ecosystems, to be sure that our startups in the different ecosystems go global. And we take a particular attention to deep tech. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of overview, and I hope this works, of what we do in general. These are some of the facts that we have for you to get a vision, and I have to read some of them because of my memory. But you can see that we started 25 years ago in the Boston area. We come from MIT. We are in Kendall Square, literally next door to MIT. in an MIT building, everything related. And right now we have 3 big centers, basically the largest concentration of startups in Boston area. When we started, Kendall Square was the beginning of Kendall Square. There were warehouses there. I mean, it wasn't what it is today. It is true that we had MIT, but you have OIST. So, I mean, those assets exist around the world. How can you then activate what you have and help from research to then startups, funding, and growth into scale? And that's what we started to do together with the ecosystem. Now we're an integral part of the ecosystem, and we connect directly with all those flows of research that come from MIT, from Harvard, and so on. Boston is starting to develop, and you have a lot of pharma and bio. And so then the Massachusetts states came to us and asked, hey, how can we continue deepening the ecosystem's strength on this area? Because we still have a gap, which is for deep tech startups, is the labs. The labs are provided in the university. But when you do the research and you're a startup and you need to get out of the university, it's a very difficult step. Because a lab can cost you $1 million, $2 million plus 1 year in getting the approvals and everything if you get the right building. So going from the university one to your own lab is a big step, right? So how can we eliminate that problem and make a better flow? And you had some private labs, but not so many at that time. So we came with the idea of why don't we do this same concept of the startup campus where you can have even a co-working space for labs, a shared bench, to actually private offices that are small to then bigger offices. And we created Lab Central, which is the largest wet lab facility in the world right now, and it's there in Kendall Square. We did it with biolabs and under the Massachusetts state funding. That was a project that was done together. And we did the design, we operated, and we share it. And basically, right now, is the largest wet lab facility in the world. All right. And for you to know, 20% of all the seed funding and Series A funding in biotech in the US goes to that building, and that building alone. That tells you how powerful that combination of university research with these facilities, concentration of startups that not only provide the space, it attracts these startups, it attracts the investors, and it attracts the corporates that wants to collaborate with the startups. How can you develop that? So that went very well. And then the Massachusetts state came again and said, okay, we're fantastic, we are doing very good in bio and life sciences. How can we diversify and get another sector? And at that time, we went to MIT, or OIST, over there, and we asked, where are the best areas that Boston has? And they mentioned robotics. And we went into robotics, we decided to create that. But at that time, Carnegie Mellon was very good at Pittsburgh, and then they were very good also in Silicon Valley. But we did the same concept, and we created the largest concentration of startups in deep tech. So this is what we do, and we started there. And today, just to give you, we are in Europe, the East Coast, and now in Asia, starting in Japan. We have the largest campus, global campus of startups with a global gateway that you can work both in English and Japanese seamlessly, with both bilingual staff and by mindset, which is more important staff. And we connect it to all our network. And our role is to help the startups to scale up and be able to go to the US for commercialization or go to Europe and vice versa. And you can see the new areas that we are growing, particularly in London, in New York, in Seoul, and also we are exploring Singapore and Silicon Valley. I give you just some examples of the centers that we are doing now. These are frontier research facilities together with the private sector, universities, and entrepreneurs and funders. The first one is in the Silicon Valley area, Sunnyvale. That is with people like Google, National Science Foundation, Berkeley. And the challenge there is to create a center that can create a new innovation on energy sources for data centers that can be sustainable, that goes into sustainability. So very new concept, that doesn't exist. Can we create it? Can we cluster that innovation together? And we do it globally. The second one is in Seoul, and that's about genetic therapy. This building, we have a biobank and a hospital next door for clinical trials. We are putting everything together. So that's that part. And then in Osaka will be wet labs. We're very happy about that, coming to Japan. And then the last one that you can see there is in New York, It's a new announcement by the New York City, and they have asked to create a climate tech leading facility for innovation in New York, and that will have 100 million endowment just to do the programming. So great connection with Japan. So we hope to discuss this more in this panel, but I wanted to give you this brief introduction. Thank you.
Dave, thank you. Oh. Take this one.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Hey, turn it on. Good morning. How many of you would like to be happy? Really, people with your hands down, you don't want to be happy?
I've made other plans.
Okay. How many of you would like to be rich? What if I told you you could be both happy and rich by solving all the world's problems and making people happy? Do you believe that? Most of you are skeptical. How many of you have heard of someone named Archimedes? Do you know the quote he's famous for? Anyone? Give me a place to stand and a lever long enough, and I will move the world. Archimedes was a mathematician, a philosopher. He was sort of uniquely famous for combining engineering and math, which is something that I like to do as well, and basically solve problems. So I would like to challenge you to think about sustainability as not just this crazy immaterial goal, but actually something that you can do to both make a lot of money and make people happy. Now, what I will present you with is the idea that designing systems and financial markets to optimize for happiness is the way to do that. Now, that sounds really conceptual and not very easy to think about, but I'll present to you two areas where finance and engineering have actually changed a lot of people's lives, and that's very basic in small business lending and in mortgage finance. About 20 years ago, I got the opportunity to work with a group called Unitas. They were helping people develop microfinance solutions around the world. And at the time, there were many people in India who didn't have access to capital. There's still many people in India who don't have access to capital. But one of the most amazing things was I got to see within a period of about 10 or 15 years, the creation of a new asset class, basically this small business debt, really to people who were extremely poor. People who could just borrow money for a day or for a week to buy a goat, to buy a cow, to buy enough things to keep them alive and keep their families alive. And in the period of maybe 10 to 20 years, that became an asset class that very large banks in India started to get behind, now to the point where it is an existing asset class. And it really changed a lot of people's lives. In China, probably about 1 billion people, or at least 500 million people, have been lifted out of poverty, largely through access to capital and financial engineering. Most people really don't think about that. A lot of people try and change lives directly, and not to say that NGOs and other nonprofits who try and change people's lives aren't worthwhile. But the power of systems, particularly technology, financial engineering, are incredibly powerful in making that impact at larger scale. And so what I'd like to talk about today are some ideas about how to design sustainable systems, particularly in healthcare and education, really just getting access to capital for many people in small business and mortgage finance, and how that can really change the world. And I would like to encourage you to think about how you can become an entrepreneur in financial engineering to create these systems and create a lot of money and a lot of happiness. And I know, again, those two concepts usually don't go together, but in this case, they not only do go together, they are dependent upon each other. And I'll continue my remarks a little bit later.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. So if we frame the problem here, my glasses are telling me, so sustainability, whether it's climate change, environmental issues, is one of, clearly, for most people, climate change and these issues are among the most urgent global priorities. Not for everyone. But if we are going to be focusing on this, how do deep tech startups address this? And why are some of them actually struggling? I mean, putting aside the recent changes, say, in US administration policy to this area, there has been some struggle in this area. Maybe Gil, for your special comment to start, or you can save the special thing for later. What do you think about, when you look at this area and the startups that you see, what are the biggest challenges for them?
I think the problems are very complicated, and it's not most often it's not a single technology that needs to be available. It's a collection of problems, and so the scale is huge in many cases. If you look at microplastics or plastics as an example, or if you look at energy, so.
The scale is almost dauntingly large, right? So.
Yeah, and that entails the need for, so it's a complex issue, complex science, scale, and a startup is really normally very focused. So how do you deal with that? And then obviously the biggest issue is fund, and I'm very curious to hear more about smart funding solution and engineering. And I like the idea of being happy, and so I'm very curious about, I'm very pro happiness and reach. So I'm very curious about that. But really, startups are starving for funding, and here come the risk, and the risk is huge. So investors are struggling how to put it in place. And I've seen so many startups in many cases like novel methods for green energy or carbon capture, etc. When you need to scale up, first the problem is there's a huge gap in scaling up from lab, and that's a huge risk, and many fail there. But then the resource needed for the scaling up and the ability of the industry or the willingness of industry to be open and to take a risk and allow the startups to also play in their backyard. So many problems, actually. I cannot say which one is the biggest.
Right, so it's going to take some work, and we're recycling microphones here. We're showing how we believe in sustainability here. Yuka, with a recycled microphone, maybe, would you like to address some of this systemic challenge that Gil evoked? All right, now we're going to take this one. Maybe just, you could just, arigato.
Okay. So I'm just gonna try to continue the little bit more challenges of obviously the sustainability plays. Obviously, the sustainability technology, obviously definitely included in the deep tech overall is, yes, maybe the financing scheme, as David mentioned, it could be very interesting. But overall, the capital required is huge capitals, and I feel like to really work on this space, I think we need to actually accommodate really the global investor to come into this space, even to the sustainability technology in Japan itself. Obviously, Japan's investors' capital is quite limited to the VC space, much more limited to the deep tech space, and furthermore limited to the climate tech space, sustainability investment itself. So that capital need is really enormous, meaning that if we really need to work on seriously, we have to really think about how we can actually bring the capital from the overseas and together with the government support. Obviously, GICs play a very important role to make sure that to provide this capital to the fund manager who has a strategy to really work on green transformation space. That obviously we've been really working hard. For example, the first-time managers called like Henry, when they set up the Henry Green Fund, really focusing on that space, we definitely took the first-time manager risk to really work on that space. And I think many more. It's just not only like the people who really work on deep tech / kind of green tech space itself, what Jesse really tried on to working together with the generalist fund. And if the generalist fund can participate in the capital raising for the green tech startup when it's come to the little bit later than the early stage or middle stage, a bit more like a risk-off stage, so that the generalist fund can participate. But definitely important that to bring to that stage, deep tech startup really have to raise the capital quite a big chunk. But on the other hand, that's actually creating an issue that because deep tech startup raise the money quickly, that bring up the valuations goes fast. So if the generalist fund manager or even global fund manager come into that stage, sometimes valuation gap between the deep tech startup, the business scale compared to the valuation. That really, I feel like a very serious challenges to raise the money for that space.
Interesting. And Victor, you look at this area also because you have a number of companies in this sector across your network.
Yep.
I was also throw out there one just point that an article in Bloomberg last week saying that a number of the sort of climate tech startups are uninvestable outside China now because China has made so many strides in areas like EV to solar and so on, in some cases crashing the market because there's no money left after all the competition. But was that article too extreme, do you think? I mean, it was doing the rounds a bit. I mean, when you look at the community in your community, what do you feel that their biggest challenges are?
Yeah, well, you have a point there, especially in the EV part. That's becoming a complicated one, solar panels and others. But the world is full of challenges. Where I say, like, if you choose the right challenge and the right market, you usually can find the way to make it happen. Now, there are challenges, structural challenges, and in Japan there are many, especially for deep tech, and we can talk more about it. But I don't see a lack of funding and a lack of resources for the right innovation, for the right challenge. And I'll give you some examples. I was just talking, just before coming here, I was just doing, I was meeting an entrepreneur from the US. He was doing carbon emission reductions, carbon capture in the US, and being successful about it, having the funding.
Because the states and the companies are still active, even if the federal government...
And scaling up.
Right.
And what he's doing is just doing carbon capture out of biomass and leveraging the oil wells that are unused, that the states don't know how to use, so they are really wanted to give to you.
These are untapped oil wells? Or?
No, they are the ones that are empty.
Empty, they've already...
And those are states like Texas, which is very Republican.
Oh, I see, fill them with the carbon.
Right, and they are the clients.
I see.
So you see, at the end, you can find many of those, and what he's doing is CO2 reduction emissions, and reduction capture, right? So that's amazing. And if you look at it, there is not such a problem. Now,
it's a nice irony, going like bringing oil wells, which were part of the carbon problem,
right, for the capture and then securing them, because otherwise they are void and it's a problem. So it's another challenge and intended consequences, and you are changing the problem. So it's a question of you finding the right challenge and the right narrative. So I think there's no problem at all. I see the other one is, as we go to AI, we require much more energy. And that's a crisis. And this is led by AI. Very powerful people thinking about it right now with a lot of funding. If you work in energy, think about how to frame what you are doing into sustainable energy, and then it can be for something else in general. But if you frame it, you will get the investors right away. So I don't see the problem really in that part. I see the problem in market competition when you have the prices down, like EVs and things like that. But I'll give you an example of an amazing company from Japan, Emulsion Technologies. That comes from, I think, Keio University, and they were, is Keio or is Tohoku University? I don't remember. It's one of the good universities here with amazing research. Basically, it was nuclear engineering, and it was for the waste of nuclear combustible. When you have it, to recycle that is very difficult, and you need to separate it. And you need a particular technology to do that separation. That is extremely, extremely difficult technology, and nobody else has been able to do that. That research was able to do that. They applied that for the recycling of batteries. And the batteries recycling is a big problem for all this EV market that the Chinese market is not addressing. And now they have very good funding, and then they are going into being a global business in Japan. So this is the kind of things you can do, and it's repurposing a technology that was for a different kind of goal into a larger problem, which is sustainability, through a market that is completely different than that one, right? So you can actually do that.
There's an old saying, more money, more problems. The more money you have, the more problems you have. Now we're figuring that the more problems there are, the more money there is to go into this. It's hard, it's big, but there is the space still for people to go in there. Dave, do you have any comments from a system standpoint?
I think for a lot of folks, the access to capital is more a question of proof points and understanding where in the stage of the process you are. And so normally when we think about startups, we think about concept development to kind of prove that there is a product with a technical solution that does work. Next, we kind of move into figuring out, well, what are the unit economics of that particular product and service, and can we build a product that is profitable? Can it cost less to make and deliver than it actually does to receive money from the customers? And then can you scale, right? And as you kind of think through those things, sometimes the order is different. If you have access to capital, you can actually scale unprofitable systems to the point where maybe you get enough market share and maybe the economics change. More typically, you have to actually prove that you have profitable unit economics, and even that the profitable unit economics are achievable within a certain time frame. And you might need to figure out, hey, can someone actually give me access to capital? Sometimes inventory financing or other things are enabled to do that. And so I think when we think about sustainable systems and sort of access to capital, we really have to make a concerted effort to understand what types of capital are necessary in proving each of those stages. Particularly in like the example I was giving before about microfinance, there was the combination of grants, equity, and debt that built that system. And what we did initially was convert nonprofit and NGOs, and I'll talk about this in just a second, but we converted nonprofit NGOs into for-profits using grants. Then we gave them equity, or made investments for equity to help scale them up. And once we proved that they were scalable at some stage, then debt came in from even very commercial lenders in order to do that. I'll ask people one very interesting question. What's really different about men and women in Japan and Korea today than, say, in the 40s and 50s? It's a physical thing. Anybody know the answer? What changed dramatically, probably in the 40s, 50s for Japan, maybe in the 50s and 60s and 70s in Korea?
It'd be height, right? Diet?
Height.
Yeah.
Why?
Better nutrition, more protein.
Better nutrition, better education.
Different nutrition, let's say.
Prenatal care. I bet you if you offered all of the parents, particularly the mothers of those children, hey, would you like to buy a product that makes your kids 3 or 4 inches taller? Almost every one of them would do everything they possibly could to, whatever it costs, to buy and do that. The change in height for men post-war Japan was an average of 4 inches, for women an average of 3 inches. In Korea, even greater, average about 5 inches for men, average about 4.5 inches for women. It's still happening today in South Korea. It's mostly plateaued in Japan. And that's probably true around the rest of the world too. Now, that particular example is one where I think you've got a really compelling story that a lot of people would buy into. But my point is you have to kind of prove this enough at a scale to make it work. This concept that I have up here was just drawing out how do you build financial systems that optimize for sustainable solutions. And this is not easy. The first step is really designing and researching the system and understanding what problems you are trying to solve, and really in particular, what externalities are not captured in that system. As an example, I might present to you that lots of people produce products for people to eat that maybe they taste good and they're low cost, but they cause healthcare problems. But the problems that they cause are not borne by the producers of those products, and sometimes not even by the people who eat those products. They're borne by the governments and people who provide healthcare systems for those folks later in life. And so what you have happen is you have a profit optimization scheme that's based on products where some of the costs of those products to society are not captured in that system. And so we scale in unhealthy systems, things that actually cause problems for us, because right now we have an imperfect capture of that financial system. If we did actually capture those costs to the system and say, well, actually the producers of that product or the consumers of that product might have to pay for the cost to society that they create in healthcare, you would see changes in how those products are used and consumed. You would see changes in the prices of those. You could even imagine that people might create class action lawsuits. In fact, that happened for tobacco products. People actually theorize that we might have class action lawsuits coming in the future for agricultural producers or food producers where those products might cause healthcare problems. And what I present to you is you have to design these systems in such a way that they do capture all the positive and negative aspects so that when people are optimizing for profit, capitalist systems, they optimize for healthcare and happiness. and this is what I was getting back to in the beginning, is if you don't design those systems properly, you can actually design for very bad outcomes, especially when the cost of those systems are not captured, or especially when the profits of those systems are not captured. Imagine if I created a drug that solved, some terminal disease for people, but I didn't capture the upside for those people living longer in society. How could I make that drug profitable if I cause everybody to live 20 years longer, but I don't get to capture the upside of them living longer? Well, that's a systems design problem, right? And maybe that's possible through mispriced insurance contracts or healthcare things. These are the challenges we have in designing these systems. But in general, what you want to be doing is research and understand the system for the positive and negative aspects of it. You want to kind of figure out what's a structure of ownership that people can hold, where that when they own those things and they scale, they optimize for good outcomes for both the investors as well as the other stakeholders in the system. And then you need to start implementing markets that help provide capital to solve those problems.
Thanks. Before we go back to Gil, I was wondering if there are any questions from the audience that maybe we would want to capture on a microphone if somebody would want to come up, but it's...
You're all stunned in silence. How can I become a trillionaire?
I'd like to make this interactive as much as possible, but in the meantime, Gil, you're going to be the interactive special commentator. I think it's on, is it? Yep. Now it's flashing. That's not a good sign. Okay, you're taking this.
Okay, you can figure it. I want to ask Dave something because I think you're capturing a very important thing of not designing the system well because of not taking into consideration costs or benefits that are kind of hidden. But I think in sustainability, actually and here comes science, I think, there are a lot of things that are invisible. Like, I'm pretty sure that the Industrial Revolution, I don't think they cared about the environment when they kind of created
which revolution?
Industrial Revolution. They didn't create the engine, and they thought about...
The welfare of people working was probably outweighing the aspects of them dying young.
Yeah. So, but nonetheless, we realized that a lot of the developments that are positive in perception, they actually have a negative impact, which we didn't realize, and we're still figuring out and trying to measure it. For example, biodiversity. If you look at biodiversity, it's a complex, very complex issue. How do you measure biodiversity? What's the damage caused by losing biodiversity?
Or even the risk of not understanding that quickly enough.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe irreversible changes that we're not able to fix in the future. And actually about happiness, there's I think an English article, a British article that was measuring the level of happiness of people I think in London, and they came up with the causal connection of the variety of birds available in the surroundings. So the more birds, the more happiness people are. So, but it's not. It's just, casual. So casuality. So to you, so do you see science as being a kind of opportunity here, and how do we capture the things that are unknown and kind of or we discover late? Sorry, I took your job.
I just know that there's some fantastic bird life around OIST, so if I could propose, we'll do a little bird walk up. Okay, yeah. But Dave, you want to finish on that?
Simply as I don't know to all of those things, or at least to most of those things, but one thing to probably keep in mind is to solve materially large problems first. They're easier to sell. Now, it might be the case that solving biodiversity issues might prevent the end of all humankind and potentially climate change as well. Those are just hard problems to sell and solve. But I think if you start from like, hey, can you help my kids like grow and learn and be healthy, you'll probably be able to sell those things first. So a lot of cases, healthcare and education things are somewhat easy to measure and hopefully easier to implement. But again, we have challenges with a lot of healthcare things where it's not obvious how we capture the upside in those systems. Maybe at a government level, we can sort of see the benefits of having people have healthier lives and living longer. But right now, much of the US healthcare system is optimized for symptomatic treatment that actually encourages people to somewhat live unhealthy lives because you can make more money treating people who are unhealthy and keeping them alive than just encouraging them to live healthy lives. And so that's where I'm saying the design of incentives probably gets messed up if you optimize for the wrong things. Cardiologists in the US make a lot of money by just treating people for heart disease, not actually solving the behavioral problems that create heart disease. But to get your point, it's very hard. These systems are not easy to figure out, and you're often designing for long-term systems where the latency on the results is not obvious. There may be systemic risks that if you don't fix could actually break the entire system. So I don't know all the answers there. I'm just saying thinking about systems is not how most people think. They think usually in very short-term and near-term impact. And what I was trying to connect the dots on is if you can create these systems and really apply finance to it, you can actually make a lot of money, both for good and bad things. But to Hata-san's point, if you want to access finance, you have to prove to the markets that they can make money. So hopefully you want to prove to those markets they can make money by doing good things.
Maybe Victor, you, and then we'll wrap up, I think, with Yuka. Unless there are any raised hands in the yes, there's going to be one question. Maybe we'll take you comment first. We'll get a mic to this gentleman. We'll take his question, and then we'll finish up with Yuka. So why don't you start with the mic that Dave has? Just a comment while we get this gentleman the mic. So you, and then the question, and then Yuka.
Yeah, I think we should go by.
He has a mic. That was quicker than I thought. Okay. And just if you could just say who you are and who you represent.
Oh, hi, my name is Jan. I represent a small venture capital firm called Leo Lion. And we believe in the future of capitalism, which is, I think, what you're describing here. And I want to know... well, we hope so, right? Yeah. And what I'd like to ask is, what qualities would you look in a founder? The balance of commerciality and mission that would actually make this equation work. Because really, it's all about the founders always, right? So what would you look for?
Wait, Yuka? When you see well...
You mean, because I'm more like LP investment position, that's why you, I mean...
No.
The question today.
You're more at the startup level.
More of a startup. In the startup, what would you look for in a founder that will realize the vision that you're describing? Because if the founder doesn't have those qualities, it's not going to work, right? So it's about the market, it's about the solution, but the problem. But the founder has to be right as well. You know, he's got to have ethical and moral compasses, I think, to begin with. But I don't know, what do you guys look for?
Masayoshi Son said he invests based on a sense of smell when he...
All right. If I may just, mention like the LP point of view.
Right.
Obviously, we are a little bit unique because if you just talk about GIC, obviously, if the startup really solve the solution to the sustainability as we kind of discussed, obviously, it's going to be really the check the box for the GIC perspective because we are pretty much mission-driven investor. But if I may talk about in a general institutional LPs, and most of the people that they definitely have a quite strong fiduciary duty to create a return on their investors behind, mean that even that the startup, if the startup really provide really solutions in a way, but still have to have the angle to really create a kind of commercialize to make the return back to the LP. If just asking to the LP point of view.
We want to be happy, we want to be rich, we want to go on a bird walk together and talk about all of these issues. But we're also out of time, so we're slightly over time. So sorry for running over, but I think we've touched on some pretty interesting framings of how complicated this solution is, this challenge is, but also bring it back to the human level is how we're going to start. So let's do that through some networking. I'm going to hand back now to you, Koshu. I would like to thank the panel. Thank you. That's in the traditional way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great panel. Welcome back, everyone. Next, we continue with a session that takes us into the physical world of sustainable transformation. The topic is Future of Physical World panel. How will sustainable energy manufacturing and building look like? This session will explore how deep tech innovations are reshaping energy systems, manufacturing, and the built environment, and what it takes for these solutions to scale sustainably. Please welcome our speakers, Jelly Yang, HCVC. Tomosaku Sohara, Nordic Ninja. Simon Lancaster, Omni Ventures. And Carol Chung, Cocoon Capital. So over to our panel.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carol Chung, and I'm a partner at Cocoon Capital, where we support early-stage founders in both the deep tech and enterprise world. So when we talk about deep tech, it's all the themes that we've heard today in OIST. And we are often the first institutional checks into the businesses. And for us, it's very key that we work collaboratively with our founders, because it's our core belief that in doing so, we materially change the odds of success. So before Cocoon, I was in Cambridge in the UK for the last 10 plus years, also doing deep tech venture investing, spinning out companies from the university and helping them to grow internationally. Before that, I was on the operational side working on several deep tech spinouts or startups in both London and Cambridge. So I have a lot of white hairs to share and war stories. Today's panel, which is very much the future of the physical world, goes to the heart of what deep tech is about. We're talking about transforming the very foundations of modern life. So firstly, how we power our economies, how we manufacture the goods that we depend on, and how we design and build the spaces that we live in. These are not incremental changes. They require significant breakthroughs in science and engineering, integration with complex legacy systems, and enormous capital commitments. And yet the stakes could not be higher, because achieving sustainability in the physical world is essential if we are going to meet global climate goals. And it will demand solutions that are both technologically radical and commercially viable. So as investors, corporates, and policymakers, we face hard questions, some of which we will address today with this knowledgeable panel, specifically about which breakthroughs will matter most, who should fund the capital-intensive phases of scaling, and how can fragmented ecosystems, such as the ones here in startups, industry, regulators, and financiers, come together and to move at speed that this challenge requires. This is the lens through which we'll explore the future of sustainable energy, manufacturing, and the built environment, not as distant visions, but as systems that are already being reimagined today. I am fortunate to be joined today by three esteemed panelists, which I'll ask them each to introduce themselves, and then we can kick off with questions. Simon, would you like to go first?
I prefer not to go first, but I will. Hey, everyone. My name is Simon Lancaster. I'm the founding general partner of Omni Ventures. It's a new VC firm focused on manufacturing tech, which is a specific vertical and niche within deep tech. My background and what led me here, I actually started my career as an engineer operator, started working at BlackBerry and Toyota Motor Manufacturing Canada before getting to Silicon Valley, where I built the bulk of my career at Apple. I was at Apple for 12 years. Did manufacturing research and development, have over 50 patents, including with some companies in Japan and Taiwan, and a lot of boots on the ground work in Asia. That led me to getting into corporate venture capital at Apple and strategic deals, where I saw a huge opportunity in the kind of next wave of manufacturing, got involved with a lot of the additive manufacturing giants, and then left to join a deep tech startup that was backed by NEA, a top US venture capital deep tech firm. Scaled them to Series C as head of business development. So I've seen engineering, business development, early exited from that startup around Series C a few years ago to start Omni Ventures in an area where we see there's a huge opportunity and lack of funding at early stage. So we write $1 million checks into pre-seed deals, mostly US currently, although we've started doing some global investments and including one small Japan investment last year. And we want to be the first money into founders transforming this industry. Being a smaller firm, we focus mostly on digital transformation, robotics, automation, and applied AI to this industry, and we'll get into what that means a little bit later. But really excited to be here on this panel with some great fellow venture capitalists and talking about how our thesis impacts the world and how we can all make the world a better, more sustainable place as well.
Thank you, Carl Simon. My name is Tomosaku Ohara. I'm co-founder and managing partner at the Nordic Ninja VC. So I'm the Japanese and born in Hyogo and grew up in Tokyo. Now I'm based in London. So the Nordic Ninjas, we are one of the largest and also the most active Japanese-backed VC in Europe, focusing on the deep tech, especially for the Series N and Series B. And I personally work for like a climate tech or energy-related deal. And we started our operation in 2019, 7 years ago, that our concept that we wanted to make a bridge between the European entrepreneur and the Japanese corporation or Japanese investors. At that moment, the Japanese companies are very hungry to run the startup ecosystem all over the world, but many people wanted to have something in the Silicon Valley. I was just thinking that what if maybe we could connect in the European, because I was falling in love with European entrepreneurship, especially Nordic. So that's why Nordic Ninja was coming from the Nordic. So we have a 4 offices in London, Stockholm, Helsinki, and Tallinn. And we would like to support the entrepreneur who has a bold idea to change the world. So I think that we can make a lot of things, a lot of synergies can be found between the Japan and the Europe. So really exciting to be here and really looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Yan. So I'm originally from Taiwan. It's kind of funny because it's my first time in Okinawa. But I see already 3 people ask me if I'm from local because I have a very dark skin and probably look more like a Okinawa person than a Taiwanese. So I'm based in Paris. I'm partner at HCVC. We do early stage deep tech companies. We're currently managing 2 funds, about 110 million euros, so about $130 million. Our first fund was a 2018 vintage, already got 5 positive exits, including 350 million acquisition of Cable Labs by Instacart and $110 million exit of Augmenta acquired by CNH Industrial. We're deploying the last part of our second fund, ticket size up to 2.5 million euros, mostly in European and American startups. We'll be launching our third fund, which will be 100 million euros by Q1 next year. Our connection with Japan is we have quite a bit of Japanese LP investment in our first fund, starting with Taizo Song, who supported us from the very beginning. Eventually got about 20% of our first fund coming from Japanese LPs, and we're hoping to be able to connect with more of the potential partners here in Japan for the third fund. My background, so I came from Taiwan. My background was semiconductor, so we'll probably talk a little bit about that today. I'm probably one of the few VCs that actually work in semiconductor as a chip designer for more than a decade. 10 years in Taiwan, 2 years in Silicon Valley. My last company was also an entrepreneur before I started a chip company in 2004. The same year, Mark Zuckerberg started the Facebook.com in his dormitory. So that tells you how parallel universe existed. I was working on chip, and this guy was working on a dating website. And he eventually became one of the richest guys on earth. Did it for 4 years, sold the company in 2008, 2 months before Lehman went bankrupt. Kind of got lucky there. Got recruited by the leading Wi-Fi company back then called Aceros, which was acquired by Qualcomm at the end of 2011, so became part of Qualcomm. Left Qualcomm in 2012 for personal reason and moved to Paris. So I've been living in Paris for 13 years now. Right now, dual nationality, both French and Taiwanese. So there's a lot of geopolitics evolution the past couple of years, and There used to be this belief that startups are startups, politics are not related to startups. But in the past couple of years, we saw very clearly how that's not the case anymore. For our investment, we kind of address that kind of issue. So we have about 60% of our investment in the resilience bucket. So dual use defense technologies, aerospace, energy, robotics, semiconductor, alternative AI, and all that. 20% in biotech, so bioengineering, CRISPR, and all that, and the last 20% in climate and energy. So that's kind of the split. I've seen a lot of startups the past 2 days. I think it's pretty interesting to be here, and there's a lot of potential in the local ecosystem. We'd love to chat more.
Excellent. So we'll try to make this panel as interactive as possible, and of course we'll welcome questions from the audience. But if I could kick us off and get to the heart of it in terms of energy sustainability, I understand in Japan they are targeting to produce 10 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, so in 5 years, and then triple that to 30 gigawatts by 2040. And also thinking about piloting ammonia co-firing in coal plants. These are very big, ambitious bets that hinge on real deployment. And so the question I have in my mind to the panel, when you think about deep tech technologies and breakthroughs as bold and ambitious as such in energy, manufacturing, or construction, how does that translate into system-level sustainability into the decades? And what are you looking for? And what would convince you that these technologies are ready? Any sort of thoughts or views from the panel? And looking at my Canadian.
So, yeah, I think we're going to touch on today, I'm sure, kind of capital intensive versus less capital intensive investment areas and deals and the types of investors that are most appropriate for them. In general, for us, we're a Silicon Valley fund. We're a smaller fund, 40 million in size. So when we look at the areas of impact and CO2 emissions, there's kind of like actually 3 main areas. It's energy, which you mentioned, mobility, and industry in general, of which manufacturing is a large player, and that's where we specialize in. The vast amount of investment in these verticals is going into energy and mobility right now. Energy because it's hot, it's needed for a lot of the big AI plays. Mobility has been exciting for the last little while. Manufacturing actually is a larger contributor to CO2 emissions than the other two combined, yet it receives the least amount of investment. Primarily because people see manufacturing as an old industry, hasn't changed for a while, but we believe that the moment is now. It's about to change for a couple of main reasons. One is there are a lot of incumbent businesses that have been owned by generations, and those generations are retiring, and the new firms that are taking over these companies are either PE firms that need digitization and optimization, or younger generation that doesn't want to run the businesses on Excel anymore. So by investing in manufacturing, we believe that we will be making a dent in this largest contributor to CO2 in a more efficient way. And we are not a capital-intensive firm. We're a small firm, and we need to kind of pick our battles. But certainly, the types of deals we invest into here are vertical AI plays that drive efficiency, that drive workflow automation, robotics, automation, and we are seeing the not just the investor base picking up, but more importantly, the customer base picking up. Like just one interesting statistic is in the US, there are more of a particular type of manufacturing shops, SMEs, called CNC machine shops, more than Starbucks. Yet they all run on email and Excel right now. So we want to drive efficiencies there, and we see a huge opportunity.
And sort of moving on into the built environment, there are, to my knowledge, regulations within Japan encouraging zero emission house buildings, and that comes into play again in the next 5 years. So I'm sure amongst your travels and your investments, you are looking and seeing a lot of startups that are tackling the built environment. So to Simon's point about robotics, but thinking about materials and HVACs and digital twins that help address the built environment to make these legacy buildings a lot more efficient. Are there any observations about what are practical pathways to integrate with these technologies into the Japanese built environment? And any thoughts about how to structure pilots, how to work with large contractors and such? And just in terms of any views on that?
Thank you. I mean, of course, in terms of like innovative technology in the building sector, real estate sector, I mean, there's a lot of like innovative technology, like I mean, the decarbonization, cement, or like others. But by the way, I didn't notice that regulation has been happening in Japan. And actually, I see the similar regulation in the Europe. A couple of years ago, the European Union and the UK has also introduced like a similar regulation. I don't know like exactly, but by 2027 or 2028, that's all the buildings will need to install the solar panels. But I think I remember that there's a lot of backlash from the stakeholder. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, usually the Europe is a big fan of like, I mean, energy efficient or like a solar panel, but the backlash is coming from like a traditional like a building officer and also like a real estate company because it harms like a landscape. So as you can imagine that if, for example, if you are originally from the Cambridge, right? I mean, the Cambridge is like a beautiful city, it's like a beautiful historical area, but what if like all the building in the Cambridge, I mean, has a solar panel everywhere?
You're absolutely right. It's just this need for aesthetic,
yeah,
which is not practical.
I mean, can you imagine like Okinawa? I think Okinawa is not ideal place because of the typhoon, but like a Kyoto, if we go to the Kyoto, all the the traditional house has like a solar panel. I mean, it's not really good. So I think that we need to think about like how the people see the building. This is also one of the important perspective because the building sector is a bit tricky compared to like other like energy sector, like food sectors, because this is something that where people live and work and spend the time. I'll give one more example. The e-scooter company in the Europe, so Boy from the Sweden, like a Tia from the Germany, it's like a kind of a loop in Japan. So during the COVID season and the COVID periods, that the e-scooter, the micromobility was booming because everybody didn't want to take a public transportations. So they wanted to choose like a e-scooter, I mean, instead of like a car because it's more economical and also like a more environmental friendly. But at the same time, also there's also another backlash. So after the couple of years, everybody see that, oh, the e-scooters are parked everywhere. Every corner in the cities, they see that the e-scooters. And the e-scooter usually, I mean, they used to be called like a dockless e-scooter. Dockless means, I mean, e-scooter can be parked everywhere. But I think that's not only at Cambridge, but in London and Rome and some cities in the sightseeing the places that they don't like this kind of a behavior. So they decided to prohibit the e-scooter deploying that. And so what the Boy and the Tears was trying to do that, they tried to cooperate finally with the municipalities. They tried to share all the data and that they are contributing to how to create a smart city together with the municipalities because energy efficient building, energy efficient mobility is one of the part of like, should be part of like a smart city concept. So I think that one of the aspects we need to keep in mind that I would strongly encourage all the founders need to think about start the discussion from the early stage with the municipalities, and because that this building sector, the real estate sector should be part of like a smart city once again. And of course, usually the startup founders doesn't have a connection with the municipality, but at the same time, Japan has a lot of, Japanese real estate company has a lot of connection with the municipalities. And at this moment, maybe more than 50 Japanese municipalities wanted to commit the carbon neutral by 2050s. So we need to pick which the municipality will be the right for that. So this is something that we should keep in mind from the angle.
Very good point. Would anyone like to add to that aspect?
I'm always gonna be this like more sarcastic and cynical side of the equation. I think so. 2 or 3 years ago, there was this huge boom of the investment into climate techs. Led by a few very famous investors like Lower Carbon Capital and all that. And that sort of small bubble has since died down, and the capital's attention moved to AI and all that. I think throughout the whole ups and downs, one thing we observe in our firm is there were a lot of startups created to address important issues, but only a handful of them actually thought about whether what they are doing is venture financeable. So let me explain what venture financeable means. The reason venture capital is different from the other way of financing like bank loans or private equity or even government subsidy is that venture capital requires a potential of exponential growth and exponential return, given the risk profile of the portfolio you're constructing. And so we look at a lot of startups that were pitching, we're doing climate tech, let's say we have a new way of like doing solar panel, which is like 2% more efficient than the existing one. That just doesn't cut the bill, right? So right from day one, it's not venture financeable. There will be other financing options that are good for these kind of companies, but it's not VC. But we also saw a lot of the climate tech VCs that kind of didn't look into that, and they have the capital, so they deploy money into that. So the real things I want to say, is really this, whatever the construction technology or the solar panel or any kind of like mobility solutions, a lot of questions was really whether does it fit into the bill of the venture capital? If not, maybe it's not really something that we should look into. And I think that after a couple of years now, it's become very, very clear. I think all the scooter sharing businesses are, if not in trouble, already shut down, or there's never a path to exit. The same thing with all the construction tech, where it's just not very scalable, and the clients they don't want to pay money. The construction companies themselves are faced with a lot of the financial problem, right? So I think we are investors. We are not philanthropists, and so this is something that we have to look very carefully. And as a founder, if you want to raise money from venture capitalists, you should also think about that. It's a hard question, yeah.
Thanks for that, Jerry. You touched upon a very key point about capital. And it's absolutely the case where venture capital money is very expensive because it requires that very high level of return. And yet the question is, how does that balance against the capital intensity of some of these infrastructure topics that we are talking about? And so my thoughts go to a little bit, again, back within Japan, where the government has certain initiatives and willing to put money behind it to enable this type of transition. Thinking about the GX program, which commits 20 trillion yen in transition bonds to catalyze more than 150 trillion in public-private investment. And so my mind goes to, how do we blend the skill sets and the capital that's available at the venture capital space, so earlier stage, along with the types of funding that might be coming along later from, let's say, a debt or project finance or corporate funding, as well with government funding that all comes together in a nice ecosystem. And how does that really relate into the deep tech infrastructure plays that we're talking about, whether that dovetails into energy, the built environment, and wanted to see if the panel had any musings and experience in looking at these aspects.
Can I take first? Yeah. I think this is like a biggest headache. Fundraising, always like a biggest headache for the entrepreneur in the deep tech sectors. Yes, I really like the Japanese government commitment. But not only the Japanese government, but also European Union, UK government, the US government, everybody are quite aggressively to put a lot of money into the deep tech. Yes, founders should take as much as possible because this is a grant. This is quite essential, especially for the early stage company. But nevertheless, no no one company can succeed with like a private, meaningful private capitals. So the governmental funding like should be taking the catalyst role to draw massive attention from the private capital. But at the same time, of course, deep tech, especially like hardware, is really hard compared to the software like a SaaS company. There's a lot of risk, which in general like a private investor doesn't want to take. Yeah, technology risk, manufacturing risk, and supply chain risk, and of course the fundraising risk and market risk. But I was thinking that what if maybe we could minimize the market risk, I mean, compared to the software companies or SaaS companies. There's maybe some like a playbook that we could like apply to the like a deep tech companies or hardware company. So in my opinion, that the founders or company will need to show like maybe two things, especially for the private capital investors. So one thing is that the products has enough buyers. And also the products in the short term will have a price competitiveness. The first point is, of course, the market and enough buyers. This is quite important that from the private investors' perspective, from the VC perspective, if they can produce properly the products and the buyer will be there, this is quite important. This is quite essential. So maybe taking, let's say, kind of a offtake agreement is really important because I think the offtake agreement is as equivalent to the ARR, annual recurring revenue, for the software company, the deep tech companies. Of course, longer tenure will be better, and like a hard commitment will be better. But I think, securing the offtake agreement is really important. The one Finnish quantum computing company spun off from like a Helsinki University, IQM, and they were struggling to the fundraise because they have just raised only the governmental monies. But they have finally secured the long-term contract with the Finnish government and the German government. And then they raised 350 millions, and led by the Silicon Valley and the New York VCs. And they became finally the unicorn status. So this is quite essential. And another example, the Core Power, Swedish, the wave power converter energy companies. Well, this is really hard tech company, but new energies. So they are still like a TRL level, like a level 6 or 7, but still are early. But they are doing like early pre-commercial the project in the Portugal and Ireland and the Scotland, and they have finally secured like a short-term the PPA agreement with one of like a U.S. tech company, and then now they can enter the serious negotiation with a bank about the project finance. This is really important. And the second part is about the price competitiveness. That I don't want to give a more example, but I think that I would like to highlight that the scale doesn't always guarantee the better unit economics. So many founders say, hey, if we raise the 300 million this round and then we can scale, and then definitely we can promise to have like a better prices. But I see the many founders, many companies fail to do that, fail to achieve it. Because of like several reasons, for example, like a heavy OpEx, including a monitoring cost, and maybe heavy energy intensive the process, and also like a site specific or like a supply chain constraint, a lot of reasons. So always the founders need to be convinced and need to show clearly pathway to the investors how they can achieve the better unit economics and price competitiveness. This is really important.
I very much agree with that, and just simply add the fact that, especially with early stage companies, when you are working on these very difficult problems and getting grant funding plus government funding and such, it's very easy to be taken in that direction. So your product roadmap could get swayed by the grant funding that's available or the corporate levels of support. But it's the balance, which is what I always tell my startups and the founders, is what you're building still relevant to the market in which you are trying to deploy within? So that constant sense check and thinking it through is necessary. But it's tempting and hard if the government's offering you millions and millions of dollars to do something that is not quite on point, and to always consider that. But I think, Simon, you had a point too.
Yeah, very novel concept that funding should help us get to revenue, right? It's almost like we've forgotten about the purpose of venture capital. But ultimately, for entrepreneurs to exit their company, they they need to be ideally profitable or at least generating significant revenue. So in terms of that perspective, we write substantial pre-seed checks, but we also focus, to some of your points, on kind of near commercialization technology, so typically TRL 7 and above. And founders, if they are there, if they're building something like that, yes, they could go out and raise $100 million on a hypothetical product that has 100 features, or they could talk to 100 customers and maybe find the low-hanging fruit of where they could generate revenue in the next year or two and get to some revenue. And it's not incompatible with having a big ambitious goal. Like, this is sometimes founders get confused. Like, just because you have a big ambitious goal doesn't mean you need to build the perfect product over the course of 10 years before going to market. Like, you can still go to market, tackle a niche, dominate that niche, vertical, and then go horizontal to generate more revenue. And the investing, hopefully, of your first 1 or 2 rounds is not for the purpose of raising your next round. Right? It's for the purpose of de-risking those areas that you mentioned and generating initial revenue that's proving from real customers that there's a demand for the product.
Excellent. I just want to take a temperature check to see if there were any questions from the audience on these topics that we've been discussing, and to open it up to see if there's a query.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah.
Nice, we have a runner.
So, given the geopolitical context and the environment, what role do you think advanced manufacturing has in reindustrializing the West?
I did not plant that question, I promise. Really, really, really great question. So, I mean, we started the manufacturing tech VC 4 years ago in Silicon Valley, inspired by some, many hardware-focused VCs that came before us, like Jerry at HCVC. But we are in a very interesting geopolitical environment right now, right? We're all guilty of outsourcing our manufacturing to one particular country for the last 20 years, to the point where we've lost a lot of the capabilities, not just personnel expertise, but equipment that's become run down, production that no longer makes sense. And what we're seeing now is kind of, essentially like a bit of a global dynamism, right? Like, we are a US fund, we're a Silicon Valley fund investing mostly in the US, but we're fortunate that the deals that we're investing into are software, robotics, automation that can be deployed anywhere. So we are seeing, demand from LPs as well as demand from customers, many of which are the LPs. Europe, Middle East, US, even Asia. I think that Japan and Korea and Taiwan have a very unique position right now, given the geopolitical environment, to take, let's say, for example, components from China, chips from Japan, and landed finished robotics to the US. And that's something that I'm particularly excited about. Like, not, when I speak here and in Korea, not to encourage people to create more AI startups, but maybe edge AI, maybe embodied AI, leverage the advantages that the particular country, in this case, a very strong heritage of advanced manufacturing in Japan, with some of the newer technologies, such as edge compute, vision models, et cetera, manipulation, to create products that, will allow us to build up our manufacturing base again globally. Are we going to be making, shoes and toys in the US? No, right? Still, a lot of manufacturing is going to be made in China, and investments in China still make sense. But do we need a little bit of resilience or dynamism to come back to other manufacturing bases? And is that already happening? Absolutely, yeah, it is. And I think we will see robotics, automation, and advanced manufacturing technologies being at the forefront of this? Great question.
Were there any other? Oh, there we go.
Very interesting discussion. I wanted to ask about the energy investments. I mean, Jerry, you pointed out that it's not interesting for VCs to invest in a 2-3% improvement in solar panels, etc. So, given the fact that a lot of energy technologies, even the ones, let's say, taking solar panels, Japan is trying to pioneer in perovskite, the next generation solar, right? But everyone knows that no matter how much you try and pioneer, a lot of energy technologies take a lot of time. So given the fact that you are investors and you cannot wait 10 years for that technology to mature, and yet at the same time, energy is an infrastructure, right? It's a very long-term development, long-term deployment industry. Which parts of the energy sector are still interesting from a VC investment standpoint?
Yeah, so that's a tough question. I think there was a bit of problem the previous couple of years where people were looking at the energy investment from the point of view where, oh, you have to do energy investment, therefore find something inside that. Then again, coming back to my initial comment that not all of them fit the venture capital kind of bill. There are exceptions. I wouldn't say we do a lot. We have 2 nuclear investment. One of them is, fusion, like everybody else. The other one is very interesting. The other one is a company spun out of CERN in Switzerland. So they developed a technology over the past 20 years. Again, this is where government grants or research institute come in because you can cultivate a technology inside the institute for 20 years before spinning off. That they use particle accelerators tied up to a subcritical reactor, and with that you can actually transform the nuclear waste into further energy and then reduce the half cycle, and you needed to store them for 200 years, but after transmutation, then you only need to store them for 40 years. And that startup is growing. They raised already, I think, 40 or 50 million, and they're building these kind of reactors already with some of the largest countries on earth. Japan also show a lot of interest in them. It's one singular kind of example, so it's not really a vertical, but my point is there are sectors that were ignored by, let's say, for this, if this company is successful, it doesn't fit into any vertical. And you see what I'm saying, right? So you can find in other verticals that there are people who say, oh, we have 10 different kind of wind power solutions, let me pick the best one. But my view is that you can have the best one, but the wind comes and goes. If you read the Greek mythology, the Aeolus, the god of wind, that's what it is. He's very mercurial. We all saw the news of, like, in Germany, the green power turned negative exactly at the time when you shouldn't, because you're producing all green energy at the time people didn't need that, right? And you couldn't really store that. So there are a lot of, I would say, I would encourage contrarian thinking. For example, I'll give you another example. We're still looking for long-term storage of energy. I mean, and the thesis is that if we solve the fusion problem, then the problem is no longer production, the problem is storage. Because if you don't have storage, if you don't have long-term storage, and just to be clear, lithium battery is not a solution. It's a 12 hours to 24-hour storage. It will lose power after 12 hours. And so the most effective long-term storage we have today is the water dam. That's the only one we get to store them in gravity, which is very inefficient. So my company is still looking for those solutions. I keep talking to new kinds of startups. We haven't found anyone that really exciting. But that's kind of the contrarian view. At least my firm is taking, right? So we're not saying, oh, we should do 20 million of energy investment. Let me all find the best solar energy solution, best wind power, best whatever power. That's not how we look at it. You still have to try to find the outlier, the unicorn, the potential unicorn. That's something that are doing things that are totally different. And that's all I can say. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but it's not going to be top down. It's going to be bottom up. Yeah.
Can I add that from the different angle? I think the traditional energy investment had been driven by a decarbonization or climate action movement. But I think that, as you can imagine, that green premium has been banished already. well, thanks to the Trump or thanks to the other movement. But nowadays in the Europe, in the US, this kind of energy investment is driven by energy securities. Rather like a decarbonization. But I think that I would like to see that the market has been also shifted from the maybe Europe and US and Japan to the towards, the global south. So I think it will be really difficult to have, the better understanding from the Japanese perspective, but because maybe not only the Japanese, but the Japanese and European American, we are thinking that, hey, maybe I don't know, like India or Africa or Southeast Asian country, they don't care about the decarbonizations. So they don't use like a battery, they don't use a solar, they don't use like an electric vehicle. But statistically, this is the opposite situation. Currently, many developing countries, many the African countries, they are exporting a lot of like electric vehicle and also like a solar panel, which has been produced in India or like China. For example, in Nepal, this year, the 70% of the exported vehicle is the electric vehicles. But still, I don't think that they care a lot about the decarbonization or climate action, but I think it economically makes sense for them. Because, like, for example, Nepal, the 70% or 80% of their electricity is coming from like a hydro, and they don't have any oil and gas. So importing like oil and gas from the other countries is really expensive. So from their perspective, from the economical perspective, it makes more sense for them to have like green products. This is also another like a movement that we should not ignore.
We're a little short for time, but I wanted to include one more point that I think we can all chat about, which is really the ecosystem in which we operate, and how, in a sense, to unfragment certain ecosystems and to increase cohesion. So I think we've all come from different parts of the world where we've had and seen success in doing so. So just thinking again, how do we enable corporates, VCs, startups to work more collaboratively at this particular point in time in these investment sectors that we focus on? And just any thoughts, if anyone's happy to share.
Interesting question. So I'm not sure how many people here realize, but Japan has probably the strongest corporate venture capital ecosystem of any geography in the world. It's one of the most mature, it's one of the most prolific, percentage of companies here have CVCs versus other locations in the world. But it's also relatively, it's been around for a while, not to call it old. So, venture has evolved a lot. It's now moving at lightning speed in many places, many startup ecosystems. So, I think Japan's CVC ecosystem is currently both its biggest, one of its biggest assets, but also one of its biggest liabilities. I've done a lot of deals with CVCs, and both as LPs and as co-investors and as customers in startups. And I think the role of the corporate is very important. Corporates can bring revenue. They're one of the only investor entities that can bring revenue, yet it seems like we've all forgotten this. And with revenue comes a lot of leverage, a lot of potential, a lot of upside. Yet, what the ecosystem seems to be bogged down in a lot is a lot of very complicated, overly strategic deals too early. And what we're seeing some of the better CVCs, including Japanese CVCs that have set up shop in Silicon Valley, do is investing primarily on a financial basis. So one of the great ones that I love to shout out to is Yamaha Motor Ventures, and Kay, who's running that in Silicon Valley, is doing a true GP-LP structure where they're investing primarily first financially, only financially, and then developing partnerships, developing revenue, developing potential strategic deals down the line. The main advantage of this is they can play in the venture ecosystem in a legitimate way and move at the speed of venture. Are there other areas, as we talked about earlier, more capital intensive and more private equity-esque areas where corporates and government can play, where venture cannot? Absolutely, right? But, let's try to realize what is one thing and what is another thing and play accordingly.
I think that's a really good point. I would just add the fact that, the CVC side, absolutely critical. But I always harken back to the team side and the people. And so for this innovation to catalyze, it's actually, from my observation, infusing the right types of people at the right times. So it is introducing the academic founders with commercially minded individuals, giving them the opportunity and space to work together, to collaborate, to think about how to solve problems. And that is an absolutely key component to catalyze all of this change, and likely something in which OIST is top of the mind. But people need to meet serendipitously in order to have that type of relationship. But to the core, it comes down to that initial team. And I'm looking at the other guys. I think we're a little short in time, but maybe you have a few thoughts to share?
Just 1 minute. So yes, Japanese company can do so many things. Becoming the customer, co-investments for the CBC, or maybe acquisition. This is really important. But I also would like to suggest maybe a co-manufacturing is quite an important role for the Japanese corporation to collaborate with a startup, because the deep tech sector, the startup needed to scale from lab to the pilot, and from the pilot to the actually factory. So I think the co-manufacturing, the co-engineering, this is also something that the Japanese corporation is good at. So engineering, this is also. I think that there's a lot of a failure from the European startup because they are not good at manufacturing, because the skill set is a totally different, required skill set is a totally different from lab to the scale. So I think this is the area that maybe we can explore with the Japanese corporation. Yeah, we feel a time pressure, but
we absolutely are out of time. But thank you very much to our esteemed panelists for sharing their insights and experiences. And I very much enjoyed our discussion. Thanks again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now resume the session. Now we shift to a topic at the cutting edge of both technology and sustainability. AI Close Sustainability Panel. How can AI unlock green transition? This discussion will highlight how artificial intelligence can accelerate the transition to sustainability, from breakthroughs in materials and modeling to scaling real-world operations. Our speakers will share how AI can create the greatest climate impact and how startups can overcome barriers to global adoption. Please welcome our panelists, Chris Kim, Union Labs Ventures; Kiran Mysore, UTech; Ilya Clayton, Tokyo AI; and Wanwipa Sriwatwechakul, Vectors Capital. Let's hear their insights.
Is everybody still enjoying lunch? It's quite empty.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the last panel session. Even though it's the last session, I promise it will be an exciting conversation. And because we have a small crowd here, if you would like to join in, we would be able to open up for a few discussion. But in any case, we have a very exciting discussion here today. As the MC mentioned, we are going to look at the intersection of AI and sustainability, and trying to understand how can AI unlock the green transition. So as you can hear, AI is rapidly reshaping industry from finance to healthcare, and it's often portrayed as a technology platform that can accelerate progress everywhere. But when it comes to climate and sustainability, we hear a paradoxical story. On the one hand, AI can unlock breakthrough in energy systems, materials, and climate forecasting, to name a few. On the other, AI tools themselves come at a high energy cost. In addition, we're at the early stage of using this powerful tool, and one of the hurdles is the data. It's often siloed. The solution that works in pilot struggles to scale in a real-world infrastructure. And often, climate tech founders often face the valley of death when it comes to capital and adoption. So today, to help us unpack this, I'm joined by three fantastic panelists. So I would invite them to introduce themselves. We'll start first with Chris. Do you mind introducing yourself, please?
There we go. Hi, my name's Chris Kim. I'm one of the GPs and managing partners for Union Labs Ventures. We are based in California, pre-seed, seed stage, deep tech fund. We invest quite broadly across robotics, climate, AI, etc. Been in Silicon Valley since the late 90s. Previous to this, I did a company called August, which was in the smart home IoT automation space. Sold that before turning into an investor. So very glad to be here and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Chris. And next, Kiran, please.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Kiran. I'm a principal at UTech. So UTech is short for University of Tokyo Edge Capital. We are probably one of the only funds in the world which uses the university's name, but it's completely independent, institutional money. We are roughly about $1 billion in AUM. We just raised our sixth fund, about $340 million under the current exchange rate. So what we do is we invest in science and technology startups. We started in 2004, and over the last 21 years, we've invested in about 150 science and technology startups and 20 IPOs and 22 M&As, 2/3 in Japan, 1/3 globally as well. So I'm an AI researcher turned venture capitalist. So I did my master's in machine learning. Everything that I published is obsolete now because of the pace of AI. And then I tried to start two companies, unfortunately failed. That's how I ended up being a venture capitalist. I do three things. Mainly, I invest in AI companies. At 1/3 of my investments is AI in atoms or physical products. 1/3 is AI in bits or software, and 1/3 is AI in cells or biology. So that's the way I look at it. Thank you very much.
And we have a founder and ecosystem builder with us. Ilya, please.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. I'm Ilya, engineer, machine learning engineer, founder as well. Built a couple of startups in New York and Singapore, moved to Japan and started as a hobby building an AI community, which became the biggest AI community in Japan, the most active. Lots of builders and operators that are launching startups out of this community, and we always like connecting with more scientists, more researchers and engineers, and support them to connect with VCs like Kiran and with distribution channels and so on. Very happy to be here on this panel.
Thank you very much. And today, I'm Wanvipa, very long last name, Siriwat Vechakun. I'll be your moderator. My background, I was trained as a chemical engineer from MIT and Princeton. In my previous life, I was a college professor, but now I'm one of the partners at Vectors Capital, and I bring my deep tech background in investing in decarbonization technology. So I'm sure because I'm not trained as an AI or data scientist, so you will have similar questions as me. So let us start with the first question on what are the opportunities of AI in sustainability? What are the areas of sustainability that stand to benefit most from AI? And we'll start with Chris, please.
Sure. So I think that when we talk about AI today, AI has been around as a term for quite some time, and as Kieran was alluding to, there are lots of different sectors for it. Taking the first large language models, I think some of the opportunities really focus on some of the regulatory and bureaucracy elements of sustainability, particularly around measurement, reporting, verification type regimes, which are a lot of the incentives and compliance aspects. They vary across the world, across different organizations. If you're trying to collect Scope 2, Scope 3 data and ram that through the supply chain, that's an incredible amount of paperwork and documentation. I think that could be an interesting opportunity for the latest versions of language models. I think when you look back at perhaps more traditional machine learning elements where you're doing more process optimization, things like that, I think we've seen certain physics-informed AI models improving weather forecasting. Someone highlighted to me, so I won't claim credit for this idea, that no one's really looking quite underground. So if we take a look at geothermal power systems and carbon capture and storage, there's a lot of work that's done to do drilling and trying to figure out how to maximize flow rates, implement real-time process control. Again, very similarly, that's computationally intensive if you do a physics-only approach. Taking some of the more modern ML-informed optimizations, you have a better picture underground, faster compute times and cycle times. So that could be a really interesting opportunity to take traditional ideas, enhance geothermal systems for power generation and carbon storage, and then apply that or enhance that rather, with some of the latest techniques.
That's great. So, Kieran, I'm just wondering, since you're working with startups globally, are there any examples where AI is already making a proven impact?
Yeah, I think let me give examples of the portfolio companies that I've invested in and make my point through them. 2 or 3 companies have direct sustainability impact, what we call the first order effects, and a couple of them have second and third order effects, which are important as well. One of them is a company that is initially based out of US. They are a spin-off of Princeton called Liminal Insights. What they do is they use ultrasound plus AI to improve the health of EV battery cells or make them safer. Battery cells are closed, you can't use computer vision, you need to do something else. They have a direct impact, which is make batteries safer. So that's one company, and of course, though the company is based in US, most of their clients are in Asia because that's the EV manufacturing hub. That's one example. Another is a company called SWAT Mobility. This is a Singaporean-based company out of NUS. They have a large business in Japan. What they do is they have the world's #1 dynamic routing algorithm, less of the generative AI, more of the traditional deep learning approach. So they actually help dynamic route of both people as well as logistics. One of the interesting, though you could say that, okay, dynamic routing could be a good business. Does it have a direct sustainability impact? It's quite interesting is one of their key investors and partners in Japan is Chubu Electric. Why would a public utility company invest in a dynamic routing? Turns out that Chubu Electric actually owns a lot of EV infrastructure, like EV charging infrastructure. One of the main use cases, how do you actually route the vehicles to the nearest charging point, and that's a very important, that's where dynamic routing comes in. That's the second example. Third is a company that is based in India called Aram. They actually do rooftop solar digital twins as well as finance and marketplace. Fourth is a company called Sunmetalon, which is actually built in Japan for the global markets. They use data as well as proprietary heating technology in order to do recycling of metals, turn metal scraps into briquettes. The one interesting thing across the board of all these companies is they don't lead either in the fundraising, either talking to the customers with climate. They actually say that, look, we are developing far superior solutions in terms of products. They have good ROI and value proposition. Sure, it is also good for planet sustainability and people sustainability as well. So I think one example is I have most people drive Teslas and like it because it's a far superior product. Not necessarily because of just the climate impact. So if we are able to use technology to make actually products better so that even a climate non-believer will be interested to use it, so I think that's the way for startups to go about it.
Oh, that's great. So it sounded like from the 2 investors, from Chris and Kieran, it sounded like these are sustainable technology that exists, but using AI to supercharge it. And I think additionally, we learned that not only that it's making more sustainable sense, but it makes economic sense as well. And here I'll come to come to Ilya and ask, from your ecosystem builder perspective, which area of sustainability are most ripe for AI breakthrough right now?
Right. So sustainability, how we define it usually, it's not anymore in terms of being green or less. It's more about how you improve in terms of resiliency and efficiency of a system. The previous panel was also mentioning this with Carol from Cocoon Capital. And lots of sectors can actually be thought about in terms of resiliency impact and efficiency impact. Another example from, again, the previous panel, but also related to some startups present here at OIST, as they were mentioning, CNC shops, right? They can improve in terms of efficiency by avoiding fax machines, but they can also improve in terms of algorithmic efficiency, right? With the very dynamic systems that they have, you really need to apply certain types of algorithms to be able to run those systems. And this, for instance, Country Tech, one of the startups presenting today at the posters. There is no specific area that I think is a focus of ours. For Japan, I think there's interesting numbers. Over the past 30 years, manufacturing efficiency improved 75%, while services efficiency improved only 30%. There is definitely a lot of space for efficiency improvement, even just in terms of processes and paperwork. And Japan is especially, it's a country based on processes, right? And the current iteration of AI models, even just the LLMs, right, despite their hallucinations, issues, and so on, the semantic capabilities can really leapfrog Japan in terms of efficiency of services, right, before even physical systems.
Excellent, thank you. And now that we see all the opportunities, right, not only that it makes the solution make economic sense, so much more efficient and introduce resiliency, but there are still some hurdles to get through. I think many AI solutions work well in pilot, but fail to integrate with real-world systems. So Ilya, I'd like to ask you, how do you navigate that transition? How do you go from lab to deployment or from pilot to commercialization?
Right, there are lots of issues in this, especially coming from deep tech area, right? You have systems that usually are in POC, they're very different than when they're in production and when you need to scale them. In how we usually advise to our startups is to make sure that they're right away from the beginning data loops, right? You help your customer collect the data and then you reuse the same data to retrain and fine tune your models. And in that sense, your products become more ingrained into your client. Others is to include humans in the loop as well. So not only data loops, but also humans in the loop. And that's to not just be a solution that is tried once in your DX project, but you actually have something that's being continuously deployed. As we know, especially in Japan, I call this concept death by POC. Right? We work with Japanese companies. They have $20, $50, $80,000 in budgets. And once those budgets are done, they just go to the other startup and so on. So there's really not as much adoption. That's also related a little bit to the fact that Japan is a heavily solutions-oriented country, where as a startup, you need to really adapt your systems to the end client. And very often you don't have enough capabilities in that. So finding the right partners to take that from you or to help you with that and then focus really on building the product, that's also one way to make sure that you go past the POC.
I like to drill in on that a little bit more. And we had a conversation earlier about Japan being a service. A lot of software companies tend to customize their solution, right, to Japanese corporate. And from what I hear about, and I also have these questions when I run into an AI service company, because you take a company data, you run your model, and then you have to scrap it, or if the customer trusts you to make sure you clean it up, then you don't, how do you take that learning and translate it into the next company? And maybe Kiran can share a little bit, how do we deal with this situation where data from one company stays? How do you take the learning? How do you offer that learning to the next company?
Yeah, I'll address that question. Just before that, I think, especially when it comes to deep tech companies, we often talk about product market fit, of course, which is important. But I think what is more important is something called PTF, which is pain technology fit. It comes actually before product market fit, which is what is the key customer pain you are solving? Does this technology even work? And more importantly, is this the right technology to solve this problem? So I think that is where, even before they get to a lot of reasons POCs fail because you're not aligned the expectation with the customer. But a lot of other reasons is, most of the times is because this pain technology fit is missing even before it comes to the product market fit. So I think aligning that expectation is very important. One of the things, for example, we have a company called Eureka Robotics in Singapore. They use physical AI for industrial use cases, automotive, etc. So in cases like automotive and aerospace, what matters to it is infinite uptime. How there are two ways to address it. Either you can use the technology to say that you're already doing this, we can do it 2x, 3x better. Or there is another option where, hey, these are some of the, let's say, gear fitting, etc., which are currently not automated by robots. Can this technology actually do that which is currently not being solved? That is often a much better way to set the expectations. So aligning that is very important. And also as investors, what we try to do is ensure that the non-financial KPIs for deep tech companies are very clear. For example, for a robotic company, it's not just important the revenue, but when is the first time your robot is actually deployed in an industrial shop floor and integrated? Then it becomes very sticky. If that is successful, there is no reason for a POC to get converted. So that's sort of the thing. On the data, very quickly, there are some privacy-preserving compute techniques like neuromorphic encryption, homomorphic encryption, federated learning, and so on and so forth. But we've seen increasingly clients being open, not using the data itself, but the weights of the model that you train using the data, and that's the real learning. That's the IP of the companies anyway, an algorithm or the weights. And there are examples in areas like healthcare, robotics, where there is less real-world data. Some of our companies are using sim-to-real or simulation-to-real synthetic data in order to combine the real-world data with synthetic data and to get to the promised solutions faster. So those are some of the approaches used.
Okay, so it sounded like companies are more comfortable working with the AI startups, AI company to use data, not directly, but in some forms to help the company learn, and they get more comfortable just using the model, not the data. That's great. And Chris, when you evaluate AI sustainability startups, what signals convince you that they can scale beyond just POC?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I mean, I think Kiran has already alluded to this somewhat. At the end of the day, these companies still need to find customers who are willing to pay them to solve problems. And in my observation, I would say over the last few years, there, at least in the US, there are all these climate funds that have been paying what we used to call the green premium for a lot of these big visions. That's no longer the case today. And as we see, you can have a fantastic idea, but if you are unable to either close customers or your next round of funding, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to exist anymore. And so as a result, when I'm meeting with these companies, I'm usually sold on the vision. Yes, I believe that. I believe your resume and things like that. But I really want to understand, do you understand that you need to convince somebody to give you money for what it is that you are pitching? And that time frame is extremely short. And so we're really looking for people who have that multilingual capability to tell the story to the different audiences, to pitch me as an investor, to pitch customers, to pitch employees, et cetera, and to do that, again, on an incredibly short time frame. That's really what it comes down to, and then showing facility with all the regulatory challenges that climate and sustainability does, all the incentives that are available, things like that. It's a very complex problem, but I think the environment has changed quite significantly for a lot of sustainability startups.
That's what I hear as well. So not only that it's either AI-led or sustainability-led, but it's actually customer-led, right? Somebody needs to pay for this. So you need to figure that out before whatever technologies you decide to use. Now, on to kind of what I alluded to earlier, right? AI itself, it's a powerful tool, but it has significant carbon footprint. It requires massive computing and energy hungry. So from investment lens, how do you weigh the risk of AI for climate impact versus its positive potential? How do you weigh the negative versus the positive? I'll start with Chris.
Yeah, I think it's a great question because we hear that a lot in maybe more popular press around like all the power that AI data centers are consuming as a result of AI and perhaps to a degree crypto as well. But I think at the end of the day, my observation is that the competitive pressures are so high for the handful of companies that are chasing after foundational models that while they may have things like alignment teams and sustainability, and perhaps Google is the most advanced since they have such significant infrastructure in that regards, I'm not seeing that as being a significant screen on investments today. Now, perhaps I might wish that were not the case. Perhaps there would be some sort of calculation or estimation of what's the carbon ROI on this, really. But right now, I think the competitive environment is such that that's not a factor. What could change that is some estimations that energy prices, particularly in the US, are going to significantly spike as a result of data center, all the incredible build out and the huge backlog that we have in the US with our aged and dating infrastructure. And I think some of that pricing signals, especially as that push down to consumer and the broader population, that may raise things like sustainability and AI impact around data centers to the fore.
Thank you. Kiran, please.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm a techno optimist. If not, VC should just shut shop and go home. So the way to solve problems arising from technology is not necessarily, sure, there are some guardrails needed, but actually using, and just because, like for example, cost of AI compute has been decreasing. Just because the cost of AI compute is decreasing, that doesn't mean that people will keep doing the same thing. They actually, it's a Jevons paradox. The more the cost of a technology decreases, the more it will be used again and again, so it will actually consume more resources. So I like thinking in systems. So the system has an input and a process and an output. What is the input for AI, right? Mainly training and data centers. One way is, one of the first applications of actually optimizing data centers was using reinforcement learning in order to optimize the energy consumption in data centers itself. Google's and others have done it. So that's one. Second is, data center usage is very difficult to decrease, but can you actually integrate renewable energy into data centers? So these data centers are actually provided by hydro or wind or solar. That's a good way to look at it. So that's on the input. When I look at the process itself, the first 3-4 years of the generative AI era, 2021 to 2024, focused on what we call brute force pre-training. Large data, scaling laws, let's throw a lot of data. But the last few years have focused on the post-training, which includes reinforcement learning, which includes supervising, which includes also small models, not just the large models, for example, reasoning models, etc. So that is one way where the industry is also becoming mature, not just using compute for everything, but using it in an efficient manner. So we talked about the inputs, we talked about the process. The last thing is the outputs. So I think the impact that AI is going to have in the real world economy, not just large language models, but the large world models, application of AI in material sciences, application of AI in construction technologies and semiconductor, etc. I think, or alternative proteins, space manufacturing, I think that impact will be huge as well. So if we take a systems approach and address inputs, outputs, and process, I think AI is definitely a net positive for the ecosystem as well as the world.
Yeah, speaking like a real researcher, right? There's a problem and then we'll go after it first, the language model, and then if there's an energy problem, we'll go after that. But just on a personal note, I think probably Japan may not be faced with this problem, but I think in Southeast Asian countries, a lot of us have issue with trying to provide renewable resources for data center. I think that has been the bottleneck. So hopefully we'll will be able to attack that next to help facilitate this AI movement in the region as well. And let me go back to Ilya from builder perspective, founder and ecosystem builder. What are the safeguard or design principles should startup think about early on in their solution? So in order to kind of front run that to be more to be impactful and sustainable in building their AI company.
I think it's very much related to what Kieran and Chris were saying. It's first of all, it's about efficiency and resiliency, right? And then can translate in economic terms as well. It doesn't need necessarily to translate and what's the impact on the environment. One example was from Google, right? Google, just in 1 or 2 years of their energy savings, they recovered the cost of acquiring DeepMind, right? And eventually, it's also about communications, right? There are startups here, for instance, there is a name is, I think, Refined Robotics, right? They do last mile delivery. On the poster is 140,000 tons of CO2 reduction, but what does it say? That doesn't say much to somebody who doesn't really know about this, but they can communicate it in a different way. It's 3 times what Singapore has in the whole year, right? So it can be a pretty significant impact, right? In terms of guardrails, I think it's great to not start to overthink right from the beginning in terms of the scalability of your products and so on. Just get some solutions that are already working and try to bring them to the market. There are guardrails if we think in terms of AI and how do we, for instance, apply LLMs and so on. I think it's a little bit unrelated to what most of these companies are doing. Guardrails there are in terms of observability, right? Do you have enough data on how your systems are performing? Are you collecting, again, it's about the data loops that we mentioned earlier. Are you collecting this data in a consistent way? So I think all of the guardrails can work on the data collection.
Thank you. I think I like your point about the transparently communicate what sustainability is. I think that's one of the area that as a whole, I think we need to do a better job to translate into our action, right? Perfect. And on the last section of this discussion, I like to look ahead in terms of global scaling and the future outlook of AI and sustainability. So Chris, I'd like to toss this to you. From an investor standpoint, what role can cross-border collaboration can play in scaling this sustainability solution globally?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And earlier I was mentioning you need to find customers for all these ideas. And as a U.S.-based investor, we see a lot of highly technical teams coming out of universities pitching, perhaps better material science for concrete production, things like that, things that really do have huge impact. However, I think that for many investors, particularly as you go into later stage, you need to understand, how am I going to access some more of these larger market potentials, right? And that's where partnering with other forms of customer demand, basically aggregating demand signals and gaining access to contracts and relationships. And we've talked about that before. You can get stuck in POC hell or death by POC. You may need to start some of those conversations and relationships much earlier, cross-border, so that those seeds are in place for you once you do have the capital to start to pursue them. So it's a very human approach as opposed to an AI approach, I think.
Thank you. That's kind of my key takeaway from this session as well. But Kieran, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think in a world which is sort of like, oh, we'll have sovereign this and sovereign that, and all that is very important, especially when it comes to defense and so on. But global collaboration is inevitable, right? You look at not sustainability, a semiconductor as an ecosystem. US is strong in the chip design IP. Taiwan is strong in fabrication. Japan is strong in semiconductor from a material science perspective. Singapore from advanced packaging. India from a software. So each country has its strength. So it's inevitable to sort of leverage. And one of the key barriers, as you mentioned, to scaling some of these, be it fundamental AI or AI at the intersection of sustainability, is finding the distribution. So for example, if you are building robotics for recycling, and if you are making, let's say, the camera, which is the eye of the robot, and intelligence, which is the brain of the robot, you need to collaborate with the body of the robot. So if you're a US or a Singapore or some other company doing that, the best robotic arm makers are in Japan, so why don't you collaborate with that? For example, we have another company, not in the climate sustainability, but in the healthcare sustainability, called Tricog. They are a healthcare AI company building fundamental AI for cardiac manufacturing, cardiac monitoring rather. Their technology is in the software. Japan is has some of the best healthcare hardware companies across the board. So that is very important. Some of the Japanese trading companies, for example, the Sogo Soshas, have stepped up as distribution partners on how to take that from 1 to 10 or even 10 to 100. I think that sort of go-to-market partnerships is very important. The key learning is very simple. Whether you are a deep tech company, whether you are some other company, it's never too early to talk to customers, and it's never too early to think about the distribution and the go-to-market. And that is something we install, that not just hiring a business person into the company, but how to ensure the builders, the creators think about that. And that is very important, and cross-border is inevitable force.
Okay, so it sounds like this cross-border partnership, it's not only about capital or customer, it's also different component to make your product, right? Some country, for example, like Japan, is very good at hardware manufacturing versus there are some other companies that are better at software and development. So that's great, but let me actually put in another question, kind of additional to that. Sometimes when people think about sustainability, a large component, people argue it's the policy. Do you think, how does that factor in? A certain country has stronger push into climate, sustainability versus some other kind of take hands-off approach, let the market decide. So can you comment on that a little bit from investor point of view, Kieran?
On the policy side?
Yes.
I think one of the things we've been advocating across the board is not just government as grant agencies on the supply side initiatives, but how can government step up on the demand side? For example, in Japan, by collaborating with JVC and others, we've launched a SBIR program, which is actually the procurement program. So for some of the climate technologies, perhaps for whatever reason, the industry or the private sector may take time to adapt it, but maybe one of the first adoptions can be on the government side, for example. In some of the key drugs, for example, again, not climate sustainability, this is healthcare sustainability, but some of the key drugs which actually impact maybe some of the emerging markets compared to the developed, rather than paying one-time payment, can you actually move into a Netflix-style subscription where actually the hospital subscribes and pays by value and not just by volume? So I think those are some of the mechanisms. So my broader point is government not just as a supply side initiative, but more on the demand. But at least this is my personal view, remains that whatever policy, you can use either policy to force fit something like, hey, pay a green premium and sort of things, or you can kind of kill all the barriers so that the market adoption becomes better. So in general, more policy directed towards the demand side initiatives, creating a free market is I sound like a free market nut here, but like at the end of the day, that is something I think it is a best force to solve. So policy towards demand side initiatives.
Thank you. And Chris, would you like to add to that?
I mean, I think as an American, it's a bit difficult, given what's happened, to our own Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, and all the incentives that came in. So as an American, I apologize to the rest of the planet. But in some ways, I think that it does help, I think, climate and sustainability CEOs, founders, to refocus on what ultimately is important. As a founder, it's very, very challenging to get any startup off the ground. And if you think that the government, at least as an American, is going to step in and assist you in these various ways, you have to, look closely at it. I mean, take advantage of it, but be thoughtful, because at the end of the day, you are a founder with very limited resources and time, and you have to allocate accordingly. And again, that's some of that discretion in decision making is the savvy and shrewdness that we're looking for when we invest.
Great. And Ilya, do you have any advice for a founder who is building at the intersection of AI and sustainability incorporating that cross-border in mind and policy as well?
Right. On the cross-border side, very important points, especially for places like OIST, collaborating with startups in this region, in this area, but also with the ones coming to visit this place. Right. For instance, we have 2 startups in our Tokyo AI portfolio. One is an SRI, so Stanford Research Institute Technology, vSLAM for warehouse navigation. They started collaborating with another neuromorphic kind of startup in the group to generate online learning, to learn better how to navigate these warehouses. And this kind of cross-border collaboration is super important. It's important for the distributions we were mentioning earlier. It's also important to sustain each other and make your system more resilient. For public policy and so on, I completely agree, right? You don't have to rely on that. And there obviously it's great to get some of the grants available. For instance, GENIAC program allowing you to get $2 to $3 million in compute credits, fantastic. But if it's not, if your startup will not survive without those credits, maybe either you should be doing something different or you'll have to resist a bit more. There are obviously entrepreneurs that have been working on their own things for 10 plus years before getting any breakthrough. So from the investor perspective, they would advise you to maybe not do that. From an ecosystem builder, we do need these kind of crazy people that really try to focus and build it. And that's when you need this non-dilutive capital from the likes of OIST and from the government and so on. So you really try to do whatever you can. But at the same time, in my view, it's also all about messaging. Even if you have something that's only 10, 20 years down the road, really focus on that messaging. And there are players in the ecosystem I see also here in this room that help you really with the communication of what you do. It's a really fundamental part that will convince investors rather than the government to give you that money.
That's great. And to my last question, if you have $1 billion to invest in AI, at the intersection of AI and sustainability next year, where would you put your money and why? And I'll start with Chris.
Yeah, so thinking about it, I think there would probably be a couple of areas, and then I just want to comment on the founders again in particular. One area would be VPPs and any sort of grid optimization techniques, because these tend to be very digital, software-only led, and so there's reasonable opportunity for impact within the next year. Another area in long term, obviously, cement production, concrete production is one of the biggest emitters of carbon. And that work needs to start yesterday. And I think that it has a communications challenge around it as well. So anything to push that along would be really helpful and important. One of the things I wanted to talk through just a little bit about from the founder's perspective is like, within sustainability, there's been this idea that it's sustainability, or I'm a climate founder, I am in this particular sector and I'm trying to save the world idea. And I think that the world for investing in this particular area is definitely changing significantly, and you cannot confine yourself to that particular category anymore. I first came to Silicon Valley in the late 90s, so I lived through the entire .com and then the subsequent erasure of most of the startup ecosystem, including funders, in the early 2000s. And by the mid-2000s, that's where you saw, if you were starting a company, you really wanted to start a company, and you thought extremely hard about how you were going to survive and win on very limited amounts of capital and people who generally did not really believe in you. I think that distillation, that intensity is necessary for sustainability to really take off. I think a lot of the supports from a funding standpoint, from a government standpoint, from a technology support, even incubator standpoint are helpful. But at the end of the day, it really does come down to the founder being very bullheaded about what they are trying to achieve and not restricting themselves to any particular category and saying, okay, I'm going to find money, I'm going to find customers, I'm going to find different techniques and tactics to figure out how I'm going to inject that carbon into the ground. There was an earlier panel where someone mentioned they were working with oil and gas companies on dead wells, unproductive wells, because the hole had already been drilled. This is a perfect place with a known rock structure. You can easily sequester carbon in there. That's something that's somebody who's thinking very carefully about, not only about the idea of carbon capture, but how am I going to get it in the ground at an economically interesting price point. So I think really, really thinking hard about that, that's probably even more important than having $1 billion next year for me to invest.
Well, that's a great comment and very inspiring for the startup founders who's sitting here and will be pitching in the following session. Please, Kiran, so if you have $1 billion to invest, what area are you going to be investing in?
Yeah, I think the future is real-world AI and interdisciplinary AI, application of AI into multiple fields. The two things that I'm particularly looking at is, one is space manufacturing in microgravity, because microgravity environments can actually let you manufacture interesting semiconductors, materials, so on and so forth, which is quite difficult to manufacture on Earth due to gravity. So that's one area which is quite interesting. The second thing is there's a book called Stuff Matters, which talks about the materials around us and how they have transformed. But material discovery, although it is so fundamental, be it carbon fiber, be it resins, be it plastic, packaging, polymers, all sorts of things, that process has not changed for such a long time. So I think application of AI in material sciences is a very important thing. A last word for the founders is fairly simple. In a world that is changing so fast, it's probably interesting to think about what are the things that are not changing. The things that will not change is, well, the problems like aging population, labor productivity, labor shortage rather, planetary health. These are evergreen problems regardless of some of the policies, regardless of the interest rates and so on and so forth. I think going after those fundamental problems, kind of the main thing is to keep the main thing as the main thing. And that main thing is to actually solve fundamental problems. Narratives will follow, everything else will follow. But I think focusing on building fundamental products that solve these evergreen problems, I think that is the only sure path for success. It's a long road, but it's a marathon, right? It's not a sprint.
Thank you. And to our CEO and builder, if you have $1 billion, what kind of company do you build, and what advice would you give to the CEO and future co-founders?
I would probably build another OIST, because it seems like an amazing place that has a huge potential. Outside of that, among personal interests or alternative compute paradigms, from neuromorphic to bio-inspired to biological to thermodynamic and so on. Also, in my view, science automation in Japan can be very strong. So that's why I'm quite excited about startups like Omics Collective and other ones that we've seen earlier that really create these automated data loops and automated labs. Japan is particularly strong in lab and in certain hardware technology, but they've been a little bit behind in lab automation in commercial terms. So I really hope to see a bit more there, especially a bit more capital invested in that.
Thank you. This is great, and I got a sign that we're about to wrap up this session. So I think this is actually interesting discussion. At the beginning, I thought we were going to talk a lot about AI. It turns out, yes, AI is an enabling technology. It can help existing technology. It's supercharged existing technology. But from our discussion, I think a lot of it is about human story. Do we have a market for it? Do we have a customer for it? And if we do, then can AI help supercharge that? And a lot of what I hear from both investor and the founder perspective, it's the passion that goes into building that solution to serve the market that is more important. And what also emerging from this discussion is it's not only about sustainability, it's resiliency, right? It's the sustainable business in encompassing sense, being green, being good for the planet, being good for the business. And it can withstand all this different type of storms, economic storms, actual rainstorm, and heat storms. So with that, I'd like to thank our panels for today's very lively discussion, and I would like to thank the audience for staying with us, and please come back for the startup pitch in the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Up next is the pitch Elevate. But before we start, let's welcome Yamada-san, the startup elevator.
Now start pitching. Please response magical word. Startup, elevate! Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yamada-san. So here, founders will not take the stage alone, but they will present side by side with experienced VC mentors who have worked with them intensively over the last months. 1 month ago, entrepreneurs had the opportunity to present the first draft of their pitch materials in English and receive one-on-one feedback from all 7 mentor VCs back to back. After that, each entrepreneur was matched with a mentor VC. Together, today they will showcase both the challenges of the earliest stages of building a company and the future potential of healthcare innovation. A diverse panel of guest judges, including leading investors and accelerators from Japan and abroad, will also provide insights and feedback to support the next generation of healthcare startups. Each mentor will say a minute of an encouraging message. Entrepreneurs will then give a 7-minute pitch. After each pitch, we will have 5 minutes of Q&A time from judges and mentor VCs. Based on the pitch performance, we will have 4 types of awards that will be provided on the basis of the evaluation of the judges, as well as you, the audience. The Startup Elevate 2025 Pitch Awards will be the Best Pitch Award, given to the startup receiving the highest evaluation from our mentor VCs and guest judges. Runner-Up Pitch Award, presented to the startup with the second highest evaluation. Best Growth Award, awarded to the startup showing the greatest improvement measured by comparing the pitch circuit evaluations with today's scores. And the Best Mentor VC Award. This one is special. It is presented to the mentor VC who receives the highest evaluation from the participating entrepreneurs at the pitch circuit. And we will also have an award for the poster, Best Poster Award. This award is granted for the best poster presentation based on the voting by the attendees. Now, please let us present today's judges. Paul McNerney, Incubate Fund. Akihiko Nagata, Untold Capital Japan. Barry O'Neill, Value Create Ventures. Tim Romero, Jella Ventures. Tomosaku Sohara, Nordic Ninja. And Yuki Takemori, Development Bank of Japan. And now it is time for Pitch Elevate. This unique pitch competition brings founders together with experienced VC mentors who have worked intensively with them over the past months. The result is a collaborative pitch that not only showcases the potential of each startup, but also highlights the challenges and opportunities of building companies in the sustainability field. Please enjoy the presentations and join us in supporting the next generation of innovators driving the green transition forward. And we kindly ask the mentor VCs to remain standing on the stage throughout the entrepreneurs' presentations. So first, please welcome Lin Tae, founder of Across Private Limited, and mentor VC Michael Nakamura. This energy tech company reduces energy consumption by 30% in factories and industrial facilities through AI-driven HVAC control using BMS data and IoT sensors. By optimizing temperature and environmental conditions, Aclos is helping industries lower costs while reducing their environmental footprint. First of all, we have a word from mentor VC Michael-san, but unfortunately, Michael is absent today because of fever, but he kindly sent a supporting message to Lin-san.
Hi everyone, this is Michael from Scrum. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I want to share a few words of support for Across, a company being very excited to mentor. Across is tackling a major challenge, which is about optimizing industrial HVAC systems using AI. Why is this important, you might ask? HVAC isn't only about comfort, it's also very critical to many industrial applications, but it does come with a significant environmental impact, which is about 2 billion tons of GHG emissions per year. And as the planet warms, you can imagine that the HVAC demand is only going to increase, exacerbating that environmental impact as well. Across has already demonstrated that they can deliver about 20 to 30% energy savings for industrial applications, for industrial customers, which is very significant. So you can only imagine how much of an impact that would have on emissions if their solution is adopted widely. The team at Across, they're very sharp, they're very technically oriented as well, and they're very committed to solving these challenges. I'm very excited to continue supporting them and seeing where their journey goes. Thank you.
Now, let's start the pitch part. Lin-san, please start your pitch.
Hello everyone, I'm Lin. I'm the co-founder of Across, and we help industrial facilities save energy using AI-driven autonomous control systems for HVAC. So firstly, you may wonder what is HVAC? It stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. And for people in the room, maybe you think about air conditioning as just cooling on a hot day like today. But for manufacturing plants, it actually plays a much more critical role. It's important for managing the temperature and humidity as well as air pressures that are in production environment to help to make sure that machinery is run properly as well as there's no product defect. Today, 50% of electricity consumption in industrial facilities actually come from HVAC, resulting in 2,000 terawatt-hour of consumption globally every year. And this leads to 2 gigatons of GHG emissions per year. So what's the issue with HVAC today? It's actually run in a very old-fashioned way, leading to lots of inefficiency. Firstly, it has rigid schedules, and it's based on preset rules on an equipment basis. Most importantly, it is also statically controlled, which means it does not dynamically adjust to what's actually happening in the room and the environment. To solve this problem, there are 2 challenges. The first is that buildings are not static. So throughout the day, people are walking in and out, machinery is turning on and off, and sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's cool, sometimes it's hot. And that actually impacts the condition and what we call cooling demand. Because cooling demand is fluctuating a lot during the day, this static way of operating actually result in a lot of energy wastage, as you can see on the chart on the right. Second challenge is that unlike what you see in your home air conditioning, industrial HVAC system is incredibly complex to operate. In this photo, you can see a picture of what a typical industrial HVAC system would look like. Firstly, it consists of many different types of equipment, heavy-duty equipment, like chillers, cooling towers, air handling units, and many pumps. And this whole system are interconnected. Changing one set point actually impacts the other. Out of this system, you can already see that there are many, many different potential configuration of set points to achieve a certain cooling demand, making it almost impossible to optimize on a dynamic basis by a human being. So that's where AI comes in. At Across, we are transforming HVAC systems from static systems into dynamic systems. And the way that we go about doing this is by using machine learning to predict cooling demand to forecast what exactly is required in each room and at any one point in time, and use adaptive dynamic control to run HVAC systems. We are actually optimizing not on the equipment level, but actually on the system level. What this means is you can think about HVAC equipment like musical instruments in an orchestra, whereby the AI is the conductor and it's telling all the instruments when to turn on and off, and also when to hit the right notes at the right time. So to show you how this works in practice, I'd like to share a case study of our AI implementation in a semiconductor plant in Malaysia. So here you can see we are predicting cooling demand using AI models like neural networks. Why do we use neural networks? Essentially, it functions like the brain. It's able to ingest a lot of parameters and accurately predict the future. The parameters that we're using, for example, is coming from live sensor data from IoT, occupancy, machinery load, weather factors. And what the AI does is then predicting this cooling demand for every room, every 20 minutes, and aggregating this all to tell the system what is it that it should do at that point in time. I'm sure you're wondering about the results. So in this case, we were able to achieve 20 to 30% savings. That can result in millions of dollars per year for a company that owns multiple plants across the world. And here you can see the comparison of the energy consumption between static control and dynamic AI-driven controls. On the white parts is static control, where you can see that power consumption is very high and fairly constant. Once the dynamic AI prediction model and optimization model is turned on, we're able to adapt the power consumption to be low when there's low occupancy and low heat load, and to be higher when as and when it's needed. And therefore, everything in between, where you would see in the average of the white portion with the red portion, is actually the energy saving, resulting in this 20 to 30%. So we are currently operating in Singapore and in Malaysia, and our target market is Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia has a tropical climate, so cooling is required all year round. In addition, we expect to see a surge in power demand over the coming years due to data center boom and consumption boom. So there will be increases in electricity costs, which will impact pressures for adopting energy efficiency solutions, especially in HVAC. We're focused in factory buildings, and the reason for that is because in production environment like clean room, it's taking up 20 times more electricity compared to an area like this or a shopping mall or a hotel. So in order to meet very precise environmental control in these environments, we need to offer precision autonomous controls. This is something that our competitors have not tapped into yet, and we believe this untapped market actually is resulting in $1 to $3 billion in TAM per year. This is in Southeast Asia alone. So we have 3 projects live, and we are targeting an MRR of 100K in the next 12 months. And our team combines a range of different expertise. So my background is in data science. I'm an MIT grad, and I studied AI and energy systems. I teamed up with 2 of my friends, John and David, who are from Imperial College. They are incredible engineers that have a lot of experience, particularly in Shell, Wood Mackenzie, in Accenture, and Rolls-Royce. We are backed by renowned Silicon Valley ventures such as Y Combinator, and we hope that you'll join us on our journey to drive AI-powered energy efficiency. Thank you.
Now let's move on to the Q&A. Any questions from judges and mentor VCs?
Thank you very much. This is Tomosaku from Nordic Ninja VC. Thank you very much for comprehensive presentation. Well, definitely this sector has a tailwind, but at the same time, I'm doubt about something in terms of technology and scalability. So as you mentioned that you wanted to expand from the clean room to other building, but as you can imagine, each building has a different parameter, the different environment. How you can enhance your AI algorithm to get a lot of data input from a different kind of environment of the building?
Yeah, thanks for your question. That's a very good one. So typically when you think about AI models, you might think of it like a black box. Statistically, you have lots of data coming in, and then you have trained the data, you train the model on the data, and then you have outputs. And so like you said, when you have different context, you need to have new sets of data. The way that we are approaching this problem is actually we are combining engineering models, such as digital twins, and also our statistical analysis, like machine learning. So combining both of them has much more scalability. I'll give you an example. We actually model all of this equipment based on fundamental physics and engineering, because the HVAC model actually runs on specific thermodynamics, fluid flow, as well as psychometry. And this can be defined through engineering calculations. And once we do that, we're able to construct a digital twin where we actually can pre-train AI models based on what we can see as a setup in the new building. So this actually expedites the process of customization much quicker, and we're able to deploy even between 1 to 2 months from starting of the project.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul from Incubate Fund. Thank you. Just fascinating space, and I can see why you have tailwinds. I'm curious, when you implement the solution, how much physical wiring or intervention is required versus just setting up data pipelines and engineering? And second, once you've implemented, how easy or hard is it for a customer to switch to another solution? Because the worry that I always have about digital twins and algorithmic models is that switching costs can be low in some cases.
Okay, understood. Thanks for your question. So the first question is around hardware requirements and installation. So to be honest, there's a variety of different plants out there. Some of them have a very well-equipped sensor, like you can see here, as well as a BMS system. These BMS systems are provided by legacy players like Johnson Controls and Schneider and Siemens. Our AI model is actually quite light in terms of installation. So if you have a BMS system, we can instruct the BMS model through Modbus or BACnet connections. So that doesn't require any additional equipment. However, as we are in Southeast Asia market, there will be factories where they do not have any existing BMS. So in which case, we don't do it ourselves. We actually outsource this work to an installation partner that actually does the installation work prior to the start of the AI. Our revenue model are primarily software-driven and subscription-driven. The second question about competitors, I think when you talk about reinforcement learning and some of those black box AI model, it's much more plug and play, right? And obviously, with doing these engineering models, digital twin, and training the AI in advance, we incur some setup costs, setup time, and effort. However, for a new player to come in and to switch over, they will need to do all of that again. And if you look at the size of the building, it may not make sense for the company to want to switch if we are delivering the performance. In fact, most of our contracts are 3 to 5 years long.
Tim Romero from Disrupting Japan. I'm curious, with the initial costs, the creation of the digital twin modeling, the tooling, installing additional sensors, how much energy spend is required before this type of a system starts making sense for a given facility?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we are actually targeting facilities that are at least 200,000 square foot. So these are large-size semiconductor, pharmaceutical, medical device factories. And the reason for that is actually this target market is largely untapped. And for us to acquire this customer, we also get access to the global plants that they have. So being able to prove our system in one plant actually gives us the opportunity to expand. In terms of the size of the plants, we are looking at large-size buildings.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please give a big hand to the presenter. Next, we have Shibani Satish, founder of Atiela Inc. and mentor VC Tomoko Numata from JAFCO. This climate tech startup is harnessing microalgae to transform CO2 into natural pigments for high-value items. Their work demonstrates how biology can play a key role in reducing carbon emissions while also creating sustainable materials for industry of the future. First of all, let's have a word from Mentor VC, Numata-san.
Hello, everyone. This is Tomoko Numata from JAFCO. It's very nice to meet you. At this time, I had the honor of mentoring Shibani-san from Atiera. Atiera is building microalgae photobioreactor systems to produce consistent, low-carbon, and affordable feedstock oils for SAF refiners. That said, I might see Nagata-san rolling up his sleeves. Just joking. But what I found amazing about Shibani-san is that they were only founded last year, and they only began to look into the SAF market 2 months ago. And since then, she has been gaining very clear insights about how to position themselves as a business, and also how to make a value proposition to the SAF refiners. So I'll leave it to Shibani-san to explain about her business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shivani, co-founder of, sorry. I'm so sorry.
So we are preparing the presentation slides. Now let's start a pitch part. Satish-san, please start your pitch.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Shivani, co-founder of Atiera, where we're transforming oils, CO2 into oils to fuel sustainable aviation. I personally took 12 flights this year, and I'm really sad to say that, but aviation is one of the hardest sectors to decarbonize, collectively contributing to 2 to 3% carbon dioxide emissions globally. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to electrify airplanes, especially long-haul airplanes, which is why sustainable aviation fuel is the only near-term solution. More than 300 airlines have committed to switching to sustainable fuels, and governments are getting stricter, enforcing 5 to 10% SAF blending mandates. However, less than 0.1% of jet fuel is SAF today. Currently, 50 to 60% of SAF is produced through the HEFA pathway, which converts oils to SAF. Looking into the costs, comparing jet fuel to SAF, SAF is 3 times more expensive than jet fuel. We dug deeper into understanding why SAF is 3 times more expensive, and we found that 60% of the costs of producing SAF through the HEFA pathway comes from feedstock costs. First, because they are scarce and also very impure and chemically inconsistent. In addition, 20% of the costs are contributed from hydrogen necessary to break down these oils into hydrocarbons that serve as kerosene or the precursors to produce jet fuel. So what we are doing today is creating microalgae systems that are able to cultivate microalgae and convert them into low-carbon feedstock oils for SAF production. We are aiming to produce oils that are 40 to 60% less with less contaminants compared to waste oils that typically have a large sulfur nitrogen content. In addition, our more ambitious goal is to program our microalgae to have 50% less unsaturated fatty acids so that we can reduce 15 to 20% hydrogen in the downstream processing. We are aiming to be cost competitive with the other oils to start with, but we are aiming to produce low carbon oils compared to the other competitors. We might be all thinking, what is the problem now? Looking into the SAF blending mandates, every country is getting tighter, including Japan, that is enforcing all the airlines to blend SAF 3 to 5% by 2030, with Europe being the strictest and enforcing up to 70% blending rates by 2050. However, the problem is the demand is much higher than the supply currently. Today, they are projecting that 7 billion gallons of SAF would be needed by 2030, but based on the production rate today, we are only projecting to be able to supply 0.5 billion gallons of SAF, which is why there is a huge need to find alternative sources and also feedstocks for SAF. We are currently approaching the European refinery market to start because they are the most strict and advanced in the SAF production space, aiming for a global expansion. Our product is a process where we engineer the microalgae and grow them in modular photobioreactors, where we supply nutrients and control the light. Currently, we have our modular photobioreactor that is able to cultivate microalgae that is 3 times faster than conventional open ponds. We harvest the microalgae, extract the crude oils that can be used by refiners. We are also exploring ways to reuse the biomass to serve as nutrients for the bioreactors. Our competitive advantages are focused on 2 key things. One is reducing the impurities that the other waste oils have, and the second is reducing the unsaturated fatty acid content that the other waste oils have, because all plant-based oils have high unsaturated fatty acid content that are very valuable in the food sector. However, this is the main reason why SAF production is very high and the hydrogen demand is very high in the case of SAF. So our goal is to target 25% of unsaturated fatty acid composition in the microalgae oils. In addition, we're aiming to have a stable supply independent of climate, temperature, and geography that are competitive with the other competitive cooking oils and waste oils currently today. And lastly, we're aiming to have a programmable platform where we can engineer the composition of the oils via strain engineering so that we can have tailored oils in the long term. We started developing the photobioreactor first, where we are aiming to produce low-cost and high-yield cultivation of microalgae, and we are already 3 times faster than open ponds. But then we wanted to dig deeper into understanding what exactly the pain points are in the case of SAF, which is why we talked to ANA and other experts, in addition to Honeywell UOP, which is the US refinery company. And then we understood the processing costs and contributions from hydrogen. And after that, we started digging deeper into building our technology and the strain engineering. We also started initiating initial customer conversations, specifically with Total Energies, which is the leading SAF manufacturer in France. And I'm very happy to say that we received email confirmation this morning from them that they're interested in our technology and want to see our data in the next 6 months. So in this case, we really need to move faster to produce our engineered strains and share the data with them, and which is why we are here today asking for your help to receive funding. And finally, we are aiming for a licensing model where we are first focusing on having pilots, where we want to have joint testing with the refiners to make sure that our oils are of quality needed for conversion into SAF, after which we are aiming for a more strain and bioreactor licensing model. Our team is a strong team full of scientists, where my core strengths are genetic engineering and chemical engineering with a PhD from OIST. And our advisors are also professors from OIST, where Professor Saknik, she is an expert in computational biology, and we have Professor Bundy, who is helping us with the bioreactor design. And we're looking for $250K pre-seed funding to help us obtain the data needed for our potential future customers. Thank you very much.
Now let's move on to the Q&A.
Hi, it's Barry from Value Create. I'm curious, you're at a bench scale at the moment. What do you see the barriers to scaling are in terms of your bioreactor sizes, and what's your production cycle? And can you scale on a one-to-one basis? I'm curious about that, how you get from bioreactor scale to actually getting me back to Tokyo.
No, this is a great question, and this is something that we've been also exploring the competitors, especially in the microalgae space. And especially looking at our initial TEA, we understand the costs of scaling up are quite high, and most of the costs are coming from the nutrients, because as we scale, it's going to scale linearly. The cost of nutrients is going to scale linearly to the cost of the size of the reactor, which is our major bottleneck. And we are exploring other avenues to obtain these nutrients from maybe waste sources so that we can minimize those costs. And in addition to that, the maintenance, we have to design our bioreactors to account for larger volumes, because currently our volumes are 2-liter modular tanks. So scaling these, the conventional way are these long parallel photobioreactor tanks and open ponds, but they all both have their pros and cons. So we are working on designing a more low energy photobioreactor that can function with sunlight or without. But the major problem here is the nutrient cost, which we have to navigate.
Okay, thank you.
I can ask a question. I'm from Android Capital, and I have to ask the question as a former CEO of Unit Corporation, which is the largest microalgae startup in Japan. And first of all, what kind of algae are you using?
Yes. We are using chlorella.
Chlorella, okay.
And we picked chlorella because of 2 reasons. One is the high oil content naturally, and the second is the dependence on fresh water, which other microalgae needs seawater, which complicates the design of the bioreactor.
Okay, but chlorella has a very strong cell wall.
Yes.
How do you reduce that?
Yes, that's a great question. So right now for the lipid extraction, we are using solvent-based extraction. And the other option would be the distillation process. But this is a great question that we haven't looked into. We are using conventional solvent-based extraction to break the cell wall. But that's an interesting strategy to reduce the cell wall thickness. That's a great suggestion, honestly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I know deeply that the building a business with microalgae is really difficult. So I think it's important to first focus on the product with the highest profit margin to create the cash flow. So as Zen staff, what kind of product are you making from microalgae?
So currently we did explore other markets. So we looked into supplements, we looked into cosmetics, exactly like you said, to explore other high value margins. But then looking at the demand and the money needed to actually sell the products, we decided to go full on for SAF rather than spending some time and money that kind of diverts from the main goal.
Okay, I'm cheering for you. Good
Thank
luck.
you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Okay, this concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. Please welcome Lala Vidal, founder of Greenleaf, and Shu Sokabe from Genesia Ventures. Greenleaf is an agri-tech company providing next-generation non-toxic and highly efficient crop protectors. By using bacteriophages to specifically target plant pathogens, they are promoting sustainable agriculture and global food security, helping farmers fight disease without relying on harmful chemicals. First of all, let's have a word from Mentor VC, Sokabe-san.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sokabe from Genesia Ventures. I'm mentoring Greenleaf. Until mentoring, I truly felt Lala-san's passion. It made me really want to support her. Her passion began when her grandparents' orange and lemon orchards were destroyed by disease. She saw how powerless we can be against crop threats. That experience inspired her to dedicate her life to protecting crops. During her PhD, she realized the limit of chemical approaches. She became convinced that new biological solutions are urgently needed. That's why she founded Greenleaf, to fight bacterial disease that antibiotics and heavy metals can no longer control. This is a mission born from her own life. Please join me in giving Lara-san and Greenleaf a big round of applause. Sorry.
Thank you so much for the introduction.
Now, let's start the pitch part. Vidal-san, please start your pitch.
Okay. So I got 7 minutes to convince you why Greenleaf is essential. So probably most of you have been hearing how bacterial diseases are affecting human health because of all the emerging antibiotic resistance. But actually, bacterial diseases also affect all the agri-food sector, from farm to fork. What does that mean? They affect in the field, during storage, and also foodborne diseases, costing more than $180 billion per year. So there's a massive damage and no solution. There's even more like an urgent action needed to fight against those bacterial diseases for crops because global population is growing. Therefore, we need to increment food production by 40%. But meeting this demand is very challenging because every year, 20 to 40% of the crops are lost to disease. On top of that, the only few solutions that we had to fight against bacterial diseases, antibiotics and heavy metals, have been really highly restricted because of their detrimental effects to the environment and human health, and also they have been even banned in many countries. This is also intensified by the climate change and global trading. Basically, areas that they used to be free disease, they're not anymore. You can find bacterial diseases. So the demand for bactericides is rising, but actually the solutions are shrinking. So here is where Greenleaf comes in. Basically, we're designing this platform which will allow us to fight against any bacterial disease. And we're taking advantage of bacteriophages, synthetic biology, and machine learning. Machine learning basically will help us to speed the fast development, like make a faster development. And synthetic biology will help us to enhance the properties of the product, make superior products, and increase defensibility. But actually, what is a bacteriophage, you might be wondering. Bacteriophage is this tiny microorganism that you can see here in pink that actually just infect and kill the target bacteria or bacteria. It keeps the rest of the microbiome in the soil alive, preserving biodiversity. And basically how it works, it basically gets inside of the cell, the bad bacteria, it multiplies itself, and then when it gets to a certain number of bacteriophages, explodes the cell. And this cycle just keeps happening until there's no more bad bacteria left. So they are very efficient, that takes about 30 minutes. They're cost competitive because they are cascade amplification inside. They're safe. They're everywhere. Actually, it's the most abundant organism in Earth. Actually, we have more bacteriophages in our body than human cells. And of course, they are sustainable. So Greenleaf is in a really well placed to dominate bactericides market. The reason of that is because if we compare ourselves with our direct competitors, which are natural phages, we have better efficiency to destroy internal infection. We have better persistence, which means like we engineer bacteriophages to be more stable under UV, pH, salinity, or any condition you can think of in the field we can encounter. It's a very safe product. We have like a path for regulatory way, and the R&D and IP, we are much faster, and we have potential to do IP. If we compare ourselves to indirect competitors like heavy metals or antibiotics, they're broad spectrum, so basically they destroy everything. Like there's no bacteria left, and they are super toxic, as you well know, for the soil, for the environment, and even for us. So they have been banned, as I was saying at the beginning, and they are highly restricted. So not much it can be used anymore. And then if we compare ourselves to resistant crops, like that means a really high upfront investment for farmers and growers, because it means like cutting all the trees down, replacing with the resistant strain, waiting 5 to 10 years until you have, again, full productive crops, and then cross fingers that your tree is still resistant to the bacterial disease, because bacteria evolve much faster than tree, and then it might be not resistant anymore. So not really a solution sometimes. So Greenleaf, we just finished our proof of concept in bacteria for rotten potatoes. The reason we choose potatoes is for two main reasons. It's a fast grower crop, and we could show the efficiency in the pre-harvest, so in plants, and post-harvest, which means in storage. And also, it costs like between 7 to 40 billions per year because they get rotten in the field or during storage. So a lot of loss there. So we have proof that our technology on the potatoes and on the plants. So after infecting all those potatoes with the bad bacteria, and then this one, it was not treated, after 3 days, we can see a big damage on the not treated potato, same as the plant that was not treated. It's dead, basically, whereas the others were totally fine. We already have a few customers aligned with letters of interest, and we're aiming to plan to have a first product to market by early 2027 for storage potatoes. So this is our first product, but not our only one. We started with potatoes, but we are planning to continue scaling up our platform for any bacterial disease. So the ultimate goal of Greenleaf is to be able to fight or to combat against any bacterial disease for any crop. The team, so far, George and me, George and I have met during our PhD. We were working side by side. So we've been going through all the ups and downs of our PhD. So we worked for more than 6 years together before we started this venture. And basically, we're very happy to be fulfilling this mission because we can see how we can bring, with our knowledge, a lot of help for farmers and growers that they are finding themselves out there without any help. Also, we are very lucky to be accompanied with the advisory board. They've been helping us wherever we need it. And basically, here in the video is like a kind of like a visualization of our platform. We have machine learning that will help us to detect from the crop, the bacterial crop that is affected, which bacteriophage and what changes we should be doing to have the superior bacteriophage. So basically, the demand for bacteriophages, the demand of bactericides are increasing, but actually the solutions are also rising with Greenleaf because we will bring the solutions for any bacterial disease. So with that, I would like to say thank you everyone for listening, and looking forward to talk to all of you afterwards. But here, you have the QR code of the website, LinkedIn, and finally, thank you all my supporters that have been helping us to reach here. Thank you.
Now, let's move on to the Q&A.
Yeah, let me try this one. Is this better? Oh, excellent. Tim Romero from Disrupting Japan again. Thank you for the presentation. One thing I would like some clarity on. So you were talking about being able to combat any disease with any crop. And one of the limitations of using bacteriophages in medicine, human medicine, is the fact that they are very tightly tied to a very specific strain of bacteria. Even the same disease, a minor variation in the strain can let the phages be worthless against that strain. Does it work differently in plants, or is your business model more, you will create a unique phage for every possible variation that arises, or something else?
That's a very good question. So yeah, bacteriophages are really specific. That is one of the nice things of this technology, actually. The thing is, with synthetic biology, we can make them a bit more broadened. What does it mean? We're going to change or try to find the interaction between protein to be more tolerate, if that makes sense. So we will make them more breathable, not only for one specific strain, but for all the family, for example, for all Pectobacterium, if that makes sense. So that's one of the things that will remove all the limitations that bacteriophages have been having all this time. I think bacteriophage is a technology that hasn't exploded yet, because it has a lot of potential, but the thing is, because they are too specific, they haven't been able, we haven't been able to really use them because they're too specific. But if we use synthetic biology, we can make them broader.
You got to follow? Okay. So it's Barry here from Value Create. I'm from potato country. I'm Irish.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you've answered the question with this slide, but I'm curious about the regulatory position in Europe, or your anticipated regulatory position in Europe, and whether you're able to operate there.
Yeah. So if I'm honest, Europe, there is no clear path for engineered bacteriophages. There is a clear path for natural bacteriophages. So we're exploring natural bacteriophages in Europe just to start making people, mainly farmers and growers, to mentalize about using this technology. But it's true that for GMOs, like engineered ones, that's going to be harder to get in Europe for now. They have this agenda of 2030 that they want to not remove all the chemicals, but reduce by 50% at least. So biologicals, they have to take more presence in that sense. But to make that possible, they need to start allowing biologicals to be a bit modified. Otherwise, that's never going to happen.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just one quick question. You talked about regulatory as being relatively easier, I guess. Are there any implications, if you think about the timeline from developing a new phage to release on market, is there a regulatory step in there? And secondly, there's obviously the safety approval. Is there anything around labeling? Is there potential run into GMO type sort of labeling challenges?
So the regulatory, basically, they don't care about the efficiency. So the good thing is that you can start all your regulatory process while you're doing all the field trials, if that makes sense. You can do them in parallel. So in total, for GMOs, it would be about 2 years in the US. You just need to go through EPA and USDA. EPA is basically for normal natural bacteriophages, and USDA is for the GMOs. So they will need to check that the engineered, so the modified genome doesn't affect anything. It doesn't integrate to the genome of the plant. It doesn't integrate in the genome of other organisms, so basically showing this data to them. For the EPA, it's very easy. It's just showing that bacteriophages are not toxic to humans, to the environment. And that's really already highly backed up for a lot of papers that have been published. It's not a new technology. We're just making them to be out there for a real solution, basically. So we are completely unlocking the potential of bacteriophages that hasn't been done until now.
Okay.
Just a quick follow-up question. So I find the idea of a broad spectrum bacteriophage fascinating. Is that something that is aspirational, or is that something your research is already showing signs of?
So we haven't proved yet breathability. We proved other enhanced properties. We started with easier properties because it was easy to show, but actually now we're targeting the breathability. I can say we have some already potential candidates that are a bit more breathable than the wild types, but they are not still as good as we would like to have, but getting there slowly.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. And now, here is Yamada-san again.
You can understand why I come here. Thank you for pitching, and thank you for listening. And you might be a little sleepy and a little tired, I have seen. Yeah, before going to Magical World, please let me pitch Magical World. For example, startup, Elevate. This is very bad example. And this is not real Elevate, and you could not be a great startup elevator. Startup, Elevate! No, it's my pitch. This is a very good example. This is real Elevate, and you can be a great startup elevator. And we hope everyone is a great startup elevator. Now let's go Magical World. Please response. Startup, Elevate! Thank you so much.
Yamada-san, thank you for the pitch. So our next entrepreneur is Tamir Bloom, founder of Kisui Co. Limited and mentor VC Asumi Ota from D4V. This agri-tech company addresses labor shortages and an aging agricultural workforce by deploying AI-powered autonomous robots, ADAM, alongside its farm management platform, Newton, to optimize orchard operations. Kisui is reimagining the future of agriculture with automation and AI. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC, Ota-san.
Hi, I hope you're awake now. If you live in Japan, you have probably heard of the challenges our farmers face: an aging population and shrinking labor force. And with very fragmented farming lands and tough terrain, digitization has been very difficult here. But that's about to change. At Kisui, Tamir and his team are building a modular robotics that combines robotics, sensors, and AI. With Kisui, farmers can cut up to 80% of their labor force while unlocking data-driven efficiency. What that means is that farmers will no longer have labor force inefficiency, and farmers will have a very different landscape to work on right now. With that, I'll pass over to Tamir to tell you more.
Thank you very much, Ota-san, for the wonderful introduction, and thank you, Imada-san, for waking everyone up.
Now, let's start the pitch part. Bloom-san. Oh.
Click, yeah. Okay. Good. Okay.
Please
Hi.
start your pitch. Sorry.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Tamir from Kisui. I founded the company in 2021, and we just crossed 4 years old. We're developing Adam that you can see on the right. It's a fully electric autonomous work vehicle meant for outdoor areas. So I got my PhD from Toku University, but before that, I'm Israeli-American. I was born in Israel, grew up in the US, and did everything through my master's there at UCLA. And I actually focus on space robotics all through my PhD. And after graduation, I was actually expecting maybe to work in JAXA if I wanted to stay in Japan, or maybe go to NASA in the US. However, during my PhD, I had the chance to travel a lot around the countryside and really fell in love with the beautiful agriculture as well as the beautiful architecture of the small towns. However, I noticed everywhere I went, there was very bad labor shortage, and you can tell of the rural decline, which was very similar to what I experienced growing up in the US, or even my travels in Spain, China, and then of course in Japan. And so I wanted to use the same space robotics off-road vehicle experience that I had from my PhD, but to apply it to these rural communities to achieve greater growth. And so we're tackling off-road machinery, basically focused on agriculture for our first market. However, there's a lot of difficulties that come with agriculture in Japan because it's such a mountainous country with so many hills and valleys, and no matter where you go, there's also a lot of societal issues. So historically, because land has been so limited and Japan used to be a mainly agricultural country, there's so many smallholder farms with families that don't want to let go of their ancestral lands. However, recently, basically, a lot of that has been changing, but that has limited the farm size. And so in the US, where you have maybe 10, 20 hectare farms, in Japan, you see 1 to 2 hectare farms. And then lastly, basically economic issues that come from smallholder farms, basically just limiting the income that the farmers can generate, because even though the value of the actual crops is very high in Japan compared to other countries, just the amount that they can harvest is so small. And so automation is very difficult in Japan. However, we believe that if we can make it work in Japan, we can make it work anywhere else in the world. And so you see a lot of issues in Japan that come from the lack of labor and the difficulties of the farming. And you also see, due to the aging society, so many farmers have retired in the past 20 years. We have seen the farming workforce decrease by 60% 60%, while the average age of the farmer still continues to rise to 68 years old, meaning that in the next 5 to 10 years, still more and more farmers are going to retire, making it very difficult for a small number of farmers to continue to generate the food supply for the country. However, on the flip side, what has historically been challenging for Japanese farmers, which is to conglomerate land to build bigger farms, now becomes a real possibility. And so we want to address the labor shortage problem, as well as to support farmers in building bigger farms with a new solution, which is an autonomous vehicle called Adam, that is affordable only $20,000, which, just to benchmark, basically a typical starter set of agri-machinery, which is a grass cutter, pesticide spray, and a transportation machine, generally costs around $100,000. So 20K is quite a small investment that farmers can, I wouldn't say easily, but fairly easily make. And so Adam, that you can see here, we have designed it from the ground up to be able to withstand the hills and valleys of Japanese farms, as well as be very strong both on the hardware as well as the autonomy and the software to allow automation in these difficult environments. And so the goal of Adam is very simple, to allow bigger farms with less people involved. And so Adam has many different usage modes that can be used manually, as well as both semi-autonomous, working with the farmer, as well as fully autonomous mode, working completely by itself. And so we have launched sales from April of this year. We already have customers using Adam every day, especially now that it's actually harvest season. And so here you can see a pear farmer from Chiba Prefecture, as well as an apple farmer from Hirosaki, Aomori Prefecture. Both really love using Adam, kind of state how they can't envision going back to any other machine, and also plans to do repeat purchase as well. And both of these farmers, so they both operate between 2 to 5 hectares of orchard. However, as their family members retire, they have the same issue, which is lack of ability to find people, whether it's part-time or full-time, but also at the same time wanting to actually grow their farmland, because so much land is available around them. They have their neighbors retiring, asking them to take over their land. They want to grow their land, they just have very deep issues with the labor force. And so if we take a look at the work that has to be done on the actual farm, basically we can break it down into 3 big areas. The actual labor that goes on the farm, kind of the eyes, basically the farmer walking around, seeing the actual condition on the farm, and then lastly the brains, actually managing the farm, which type of fertilizer to use, which type of pesticide to use, how much, when and where to place it. And so at Kisui, actually we want to create a vertical integration, starting with the automation of the labor through Adam. Adam is basically an off-road mobility platform that can hook up to different attachments. So whether it's grass cutting, pesticide spray, or fertilizer, farmers don't need a different machine for these tasks. We just provide them Adam that can hook up to different work attachments, allowing them to automate these different jobs around the farm. And so the farmer at the moment has about 3,000 hours per hectare per year that they have to do around the farm in order to cultivate good fruit. And so our goal is to cut that by 80%, saving the farmer 2,800 hours per year through full automation. The second is the eyes around the farm. So actually, because we already have a mobility platform that can go all around the farm, we can also connect different sensors to the robot, like a camera, to count the number of fruit and to assess the situation without the farmer actually having to go there. And lastly, where we want to take this is an actual brain kind of analyzing the data on the cloud and providing it to the farmer. So we've launched sales in April of this year, already have some big distributors working both in Japan, also abroad. And from next year, we want to start to scale through the distributors. You can see here AG Group in Spain, very large agri-machinery company that we hope to launch maybe a PR press release next month, and also Marishime Sumisho Agri as partners as well. Our goal is to make 10,000 of these machines every year, sold in Japan and abroad for agriculture, also construction, and other industries as well. You can see here we already have patents for both hardware and software, can operate in very difficult terrain, both on the hardware and the AI level. We are selling around 800,000 this year, and our goal for next year is 3 million, and we plan to IPO by 2030. Thank you very much.
Now let's move on to the Q&A.
Thank you very much. So Hara from the Nordic Ninjas. I really love these sectors because we heavily invest in autonomous driving and robotics. I have a bunch of questions, if I may. But one question, so if you want your robot to be like fully autonomous, I mean, your robot like, should be functional for the 24 hours and of all the weather, but especially for like harsh weather, such as like heavy snow. Sometimes, I mean, SLAM technology, localization and mapping doesn't work, and also maybe cost of like a sensor fusion is really expensive. How would you like to address that kind of a problem?
Yeah, so basically, most of the farming work happens outside of winter. So the simple solution for that is just not to operate in the winter, which is fairly okay because, yeah, the bulk of the work happens from spring through up until winter. And also, if you look into Japan, basically Aomori, Hokkaido have a lot of snow, but once you get into Kanto and below, it's a bit less snow. So whether it's trimming of the trees, grass cutting, applying fertilizer, applying pesticide, harvest, all of that can be done without needing winter, because once you go into winter, once you go into snow, the traction with the ground is very different. Also, you have heating issues for batteries. So just basically, yeah, leave the snow part out, although it can be used in the snow, but the easy solution is just to cut that out.
Okay. Yeah. I have a follow-up question, but
Oh, yeah.
no, it's a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so I came from Hokkaido for this event, so I'm familiar about the snow. I know a lot about your robot, and it's both highly technology-driven and has a strong social impact, so I love it. That said, hardware startups usually carry significant risks. And in particular, since agri-robots often operate in remote areas, how do you plan to build an after-sales service network? I also believe that this could potentially become an important revenue stream at the same time. So could you share your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, basically our company, Kisui, focuses on developing the robot, the hardware, also the design aspects, also the software. So to be honest, for the construction, basically we work with the large factory, they produce everything. Also for after sales and sales, we want to leave all of this to distributors. And we have been able to build really good relationships so far, including JA Zeno Group, as well as very large agri-machinery company that I'm sure you know of. And so by building these partnerships, we lose a potential revenue stream, which is kind of the repair after sales, although we still supply the parts. So if we really wanted to, we can still generate revenue there. But for us, we want to sell the hardware, sell more of the hardware, and then also find data applications which we can monetize as software as a service. For example, counting the number of fruit, detecting diseases. This, for us, basically creates a win-win relationship. It's good for the farmer, good for the existing network of distributors and repair shops, also good for our company. Thank you.
Okay, understood.
How quickly can you scale this? And also, can the price come down? Because the average age, or not the average, we know about the average age of the farmers, but the average income of farmers, in some case smallhold single farmer farms is, maybe $6,000 to $8,000 a year. So are there options that you're looking at in terms of helping them finance these things, or partnerships with banks? So, and then what do you think the total, sorry, so many questions, the total market size is for you here?
Yeah, so basically, as we scale, there's a lot of ways we can reduce the cost because, manufacturing, you have to produce in quantity. So of our current cost of goods, we can reduce it maybe 70% if we are able to scale. Already, if we can make 100 per year, that's a huge cost savings. If we can make 1,000 per year, then we can really get the cost down. And then in terms of basically giving out to farmers, yeah, bank like loans, leasing options, also government subsidies exist in Japan, also in Europe, Australia, and in the US. So there's a lot of options to support the farmers in buying it, and we can get the cost down quite a bit.
And how many units do you think you can move if you want to saturate Japan?
Yeah, so the thing with farming, like at first it takes a little while to build the traction, but then once you have good traction, you have good champion farmers and you have the right distributors, you can scale quite quickly. And so we have already really good partners in Japan. We just have to start to scale. And even abroad, we have a robot on the way to Australia soon, already in Spain, and a customer in Indonesia. So we are building basically what takes a lot of time, these early relationships, and then we'll be ready to scale, and also our factory can scale with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. Now, please welcome Ryuta Nakajima, founder of Kwafu Ocean, and mentor VC Yuki Kuwabara from Venture Growth Investment. This aquaculture company applies OIST cephalopod breeding technology to develop land-based, closed-loop, decentralized squid farming systems. The approach ensures both a stable supply and regional coexistence, paving the way for sustainable seafood production in the future. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC, Kuwabara-san.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuki Kuwabara from JIC Venture Growth Investments. I'm excited to introduce Kwafu Ocean, startup developing the world's first squid farming system. Squid catches are dropping drastically these days, and if nothing changes, we may not be able to squid in the future. Now, to be honest, I'm not sure if there are so many people who truly love squid, but a lot of us would definitely hate to see it disappear. Just imagine a world without ikaten, ikasashi, or shiokara, or even atarime. We wouldn't want to lose those squid foods, right? Nakajima-san is an entrepreneur, a scientist, and remarkably also an artist. He is very much talented and attractive person. Now please welcome Nakajima-san.
Thank you very much. Ooh. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Ryuta Nakajima. I'm representing Kwafu Ocean. So squid are disappearing from the world ocean. This is me when I was 8 years old. Ocean's been my happy place ever since I can remember. And this is a coral reef that I remember as a kid in Okinawa. And this is what I fell in love with. But this is how it looks now. This video was taken last year right outside Onason Reef, soon after the massive coral bleaching event that happened. What you're looking at is dead coral covered with algae. So some people may argue, but I believe that anthropogenic impact, such as high sea temperature, increasing ocean debris, over-tourism, overdeveloped coastal region has caused this transformation. And this collapsing ecosystem is consequently collapsing world fisheries, which more than 3 billion people in the world depend on for daily seafood, and more than 10% of the world population's livelihood depends on this industry. Squid industry in Japan is no exception to this. This year was the first year city of Hakodate, the capital of squid fisheries in Japan, had to close their opener because there was no squid to sell. So happiest days for the community has turned into most depressing and disappointing day. So what's happening is that Japan is one of the largest consumers of squid, but we're catching 1/20th of its peak in 1980s, and which is driving the price of a squid to more than 70% in the last 5 years. And then because of that, some of our favorite dish, like a squid tempura, has been discontinued in many restaurants in Japan. And currently, we're depending on imports, frozen imports from South America. And just in case, if you didn't know, squid is very difficult to keep in captivity. So in 1970s, Konrad Lorenz, Nobel Prize winning biologist, once said the squid is the only animal that cannot be kept in captivity. However, in 2022, Jonathan Miller unit here at OIST has successfully raised 10 consecutive inbred generation of oval squid in captivity. So yes, we can raise squid in captivity. So we transfer this technology to our company, Kahu Ocean, and we build the first squid aquaculture facility here in Okinawa. So what are we trying to do here? It's very simple. We're trying to use this reproducible squid farming technologies and revitalize Japan and Okinawa's production for local consumption and expanding this technology to the world. So a little bit more detail, we're trying to use a small modular-based aquaculture system which can be customized for local and seasonal situations, and combining that with AI and IoT technology to share the information with the unit owners, and also to raise Okinawa brand with added values. So currently, squid market is $10 billion per year, of which $2 billion is a Japanese market. And we're hoping to get about 10% of this market with farm-raised squid. Our business model is very simple. We're trying to create squid as a premium, small quantity, multi-product, and exporting the system, Ceph Lab in a box, to the world, and then also to help researchers in aquarium around the world for education and scientific purposes. Ooh. To sum it up, we're basically trying to create food culture to revitalize the food culture of Okinawa and Japan, and creating the system that can be replicable and expanded to worldwide. And why do we need this? Because the industry is collapsing, and we need sustainable, small-scale production of a squid that can be scaled up to the world. And why Kahu Ocean? Because we are the only one who possess the technology and the knowledge to be able to do this. And we're doing it with a small modular-based, sustainable system that can be combined with AR and IoT. This is my team. And our plan is to keep the beautiful ocean for the future children. Thank you very much.
Now let's move on to the Q&A.
Thank you very much for a very impressive presentation. I'm so excited because I've never really heard of squid farming before. And I'm especially curious about how you deal with cannibalism.
Okay.
Because squid eats squid. It's very difficult to.
Yes. Cannibalism can be managed with a water condition. So just like us, if we're in a kind of stressful environment, we don't get along with our neighbors. So squid's the same. They're very social animals, so we can keep them happy and well-fed with very good water quality, and they have no reason to fight. So that's how we deal with the cannibalism. Thank you.
What is your target price for production, and how does that relate to kind of the general range of prices we see in the market today?
For squid or the machine?
For squid.
Per squid. So that still needs to be calculated because general consent in Japan is that farm-raised aquaculture animals are cheap replacement for what's being caught in a good and natural environment. But actually, the fact is that cost of creating these animals in the artificial environment is way more costly than catching with a fishing pole. So I think the culture needs to slowly change, that we need to see values in aquaculture beyond just the cost of a squid or fish, and that can be used for education, scientific purposes, for conservations, and all these other things. It's a future investment. So I think the early stages of squid's going to be very expensive, but I think the cost of expensive squid, if they can supplement all these other parts of the society, then I think it's worthwhile.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you. I had the question on the price, but actually my price is as much about saying target price per unit $150,000 to $200,000, and
Yes.
presumably these can be deployed globally. How long till you see a return on investment, assuming, say, market prices remain high as they are, which they won't decline considering the condition of the species?
So right now, we're trying to make this unit viable economically, and I think that's going to take about 4 to 5 years in the R&D phases.
Okay.
And then we'll start with Okinawa, start selling the unit in Okinawa, and then slowly move into Japan, and then to the world. So the unit can be used in every part of the world where oval squid has a habitat. So our plan is about probably 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Did I see cuttlefish as well?
Actually, we can actually raise the cuttlefish with the exact same unit, or octopus, species of octopus.
So basically all cephalopods?
Basically, except the pelagic species. They're different animals. But any coastal species that only require small space, then we can do it. The problem is that cuttlefish price, the market price, is way cheaper than oval squid.
Right.
So we are kind of focusing on oval squid as a sort of go-to species, but this unit can be used for many other cephalopod species.
Great.
We, in fact, closed life cycle of 13 different species with the exact same system in OIST.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just fascinating. Just one quick question. You talk a lot about the small modular system. Just intuitively, if you could scale the size of one unit, you could produce more and theoretically bring the economics down quickly. What was the reason for the emphasis on the small modular system as opposed to trying to scale the size of each unit quickly?
Okay. Thank you for asking that. Small scale unit that we're trying to sell for $100,000 to $200,000. Instead of, if we make any aquaculture facility, for instance, that we use at OIST, it's probably $20 million plus. So the initial investment of fisherman, the user, is going to be very, very high. In order to kind of cover the cost of the initial investment, they have to make a lot of squid that is going beyond the biological capacity of the animal. And I think that is causing a lot of the problem that you see in the previous presentation. We're making more than necessary, more than that species can handle. And also, by creating a smaller unit and distributing on the local scale, we're reducing carbon footprints because we're not transporting these things in frozen boxes around the world. And they're eating the squid as needed in a community basis. And I think that's a more sustainable model for the future and for the security of the community.
This concludes the Q&A.
Thank you
very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. Next, we have Kaoru Hirabayashi, founder of Strout, and mentor VC Tatsuya Nakamura from Globis Capital Partners. Strout is helping to realize efficiency and sustainable growth in the fisheries industry through technology development, system integration, and consulting support. With a strong focus on digital transformation in aquaculture, they leverage AI and IoT for smarter fisheries management while also advancing land-based aquaculture systems. First of all, let's have a word from mentor VC, Nakamura-san.
Hi everyone, my name is Tatsuya Nakamura from Globis Capital Partners. I'm mentor of the Hirabayashi-san. First of all, in recent research, by 2030, more than half of the fish supply will come from aquaculture. This is massive. And aquaculture business is a very, very healthy, difficult to scalable, difficult to economical, and difficult to provide with high quality. And the challenge of this route is tackling this kind of problem. And by combining his 3 generations of the aquaculture expertise, his family, he try to combine with cutting-edge technology, he will provide a very scalable economical business. This context is very important for not only for Japan, but also global. Food security is, the problem of food security is facing day by day. I think through his presentation, we believe he can provide a best solution for the food supply. Thank you.
Please
Did you
wait
try
a
my
moment.
salmon?
I'm
Did
sorry.
you try my salmon last Sunday night? Yeah. Oh, you. Oh, thank you. Yeah. My salmon. I provided last Sunday night. Yeah. That's my proof.
Okay, it's ready now. Let's start the pitch part.
Yes.
Hirabayashi-san, please
Okay.
start your pitch.
Sorry. My name is Kaoru Hirabayashi, CEO of Stroud. And today I will share our story redesigning aquaculture through better management. Aquaculture is big and growing and very important. By the year 2030, more than 60% of fish will come from farms, not the ocean. The global aquaculture market is already worth over $300 billion, and it continues to grow 5 to 6% every year. Aquaculture means food security, it means jobs, and it means sustainability. It is one of the fastest growing food industry in the world. But the aquaculture today has many problems, shares 3 main challenges. First, missed consumer trends. Farmers cannot keep up with changing needs, so they often produce fish that consumers no longer want. Second, overconcentration. When one new fish becomes formed, everyone jumps into it. Then competition becomes wasteful and the price collapses. And third, offshore risk. It is not only pollution or disease. With climate change, offshore farming thus become very unstable and uncertain. So even though aquaculture is growing, many farms still lose money. The problem is not missing technology. The problem is poor management and weak decisions. That is why we believe the future is in land-based aquaculture with stable management. At Stroud, we make aquaculture profitable and scalable. How do we do this? We focus on management and farm design, not only technology. Yes, we use AI and IoT, but they are only tools. The real key is daily operations. And here are the results we already achieved. First, mortality can cut by more than half. And second, profit margin at least 2 times higher. Compared with normal farms, our farms make at least double the margin. This is not theory. We are already doing it, and it works. We are not working in only one place. We already run and plan over 15 projects in Japan and overseas. Let me give you some example about our plan. In mainland of Japan, freshwater trout and cold water fish. And in Okinawa, especially in Okinawa, we farm crabs and groupers in warm seawater we plan. In Bhutan and Indonesia, we will farm freshwater trout. We already negotiate with Bhutan's government or Australia's government. And in Malaysia, the Philippines and Australia, we will farm temperate marine fish. And especially, we have already built operated a demonstration plant with Tohoku Electric Power. These projects show that our model works in many species and in many markets.
And yes, this business is not open to anyone. Real value comes only when you manage both farming and sales. Stroud is unique because we combine four strengths. 1, generation of knowledge and sales success. And 2, technology and data. 3, operational skill. And 4, farm design and construction. Other companies cannot do this. Tech-only company can build farm or technology, but cannot sell fish. A sales-only company can sell fish, but cannot farm. We can do both. Then I'm the third generation fish farmer. I also worked in global consulting, so I bring both agriculture roots and business strategy. Our team has expertise in operation, in technology, and in finance. And we also partner with governments, cooperatives, and companies across Asia. So you are not just investing in a concept. You are investing, if you invest, you are investing in a team that already deliver results. Our next step is to grow both profit and impact. Let me explain 4 points. First, we will keep profit margin of 10 to 15%. And second, we will build finance and insurance service in agriculture, for agriculture, creating a multi-billion-dollar market. Third, we will help improve food security and create jobs and protect nature. And fourth, we will go vertical, not only farming, but also processing, distribution, and sales. But more than this, we aim to build a 1 trillion yen agriculture company from Japan. With Japanese strengths, attention to detail, continuous improvement, and unique ideas that only Japanese agriculture can deliver. By the year 2031, we plan to IPO from Okinawa. And from there, we will grow into a truly global agriculture group. And our biggest risk is speed and funding. We now run 15 projects at the same time in Japan and overseas. The momentum is so strong, but we must go faster. At start, we are ready to scale. And we are looking for a partner to join us. Thank you for your attention.
Now let's move on to the Q&A.
Thank you very much. I think this will be giving a huge impact to the industry, but at the same time, I assume that this industry is very conservative compared to the other industry. So my question that how long is the average period of onboarding process, and what would you do to shorten the sales cycle?
Okay, thank you. If you want to construct a farm and sell the fish, you need maybe 3 years. 1 year is design, and 1 year construction, and 1 year grow up the fish, and you can finally sell the fish. It takes maybe 3 years. That's correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, do you have any tips, like, is there any trying to shorten the sales cycle or onboarding process? So when you introduce your product, your business, everybody say, "Oh, this is quite interesting," but I think that maybe family business from like aquaculture, that they don't understand the real value of your product. So how would you convince them to shorten the cycle?
The cycle shorter? Sorry, but we now improving the process of grow up the fish, but it takes many years of experience because fish is not long time to improve the fish breeding because especially rainbow trout, we farm in the world. It have rainbow trout's history have 150 years, so very short, rather than like pig or poultry or something. So we have to improve the breeding, but it takes many years. So we can't show the process in a hurry. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. One question. So compared to traditional techniques, what are the biggest differences or the different approaches you take that have the biggest impact on productivity? What's the biggest difference between the way that you approach, growing fish and traditional methods?
Okay. Yes, and most important thing is decline the mortality, death rates. Yeah, and most fish deaths come from stress. So we know the field deeply, so we manage stress with very careful care. So inland-based farms where we can see the fish, and we can monitor them better and grow healthier fish. That's why we are not traditional way, but we improve the way to grow up the fish.
Got it. So you lower stress through lower density, or what's the temperature, or how do you lower stress?
But we can improve the density.
Density is the biggest driver.
Yeah, okay. Density is what they don't feel the stress. That's a technique because some method we have. Yeah, but that's maybe a company's secret. So
okay.
we can't express easily. So
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As you scale up, is your primary method of scaling going to be as an owner-operator of fish farms, as an outsourced operator of other people's fish farms, or as a consulting house providing advice and guidance how to do it? What's your primary path to scale?
Yes. First step is this model like this. We asset light. So we operate the other company like big company or something, and we operate them and we sell the fish and we pay the rent. This is the first step to scale up my business model. But 15 project, as I said, almost all is asset light. Not we own farm. We don't have my farm, but we operate their farm.
So are you renting the farms, or are they paying you to operate the farms?
Yes. That's we pay the rent, and the asset owner construct. At first, asset owner construct fish farm, and we rent them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to the presenters. Finally, please welcome Rada Wu, founder of Samaritica Inc., and mentor VC is Itaru Shiraishi from Energy Environment Investment. This clean tech company is delivering advanced thermal management solutions with its proprietary high-insulation aerogel material, TISA, and ultra-heat-resistant EVPVD thermal barrier coating. Their innovations are applicable across energy-saving, liquefied hydrogen, and aerospace industries, enabling efficiency in some of the world's most demanding environments. First of all, let's have a word from Mentor VC, Shiraishi-san.
Good afternoon. This is Itaru Shiraishi from Energy and Environment Investment. I had a pleasure working with Dr. Wu. So I wanted to give you a little analogy. What he and his team have developed is basically a Gore-Tex for heat. As you probably know, Gore-Tex brought the revolution, transformed outdoor clothing. It's light, it's durable, and it's protective. He's bringing the same quality to insulation, and what's even better is that it's ultra-thin, non-flammable, and it's extremely good with extreme heat temperatures. So it's already actually proving itself in Japan and Asia. They're already cutting energy use at the schools, sports facilities, and even at the agricultural sites. And this is a technology that can be brought into AI data centers, making EV batteries safer, and then also making hydrogen transportation and storage available. So as you listen to his pitch, I encourage you to see that the company is bringing the cutting-edge technology with a real market commercial traction today. It's a platform that material can empower many industries of the future.
Thank you, Mr. Shiraishi. So thank you.
Now let's start the pitch part. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Radu. I'm the founder and CTO of Thermolytica. So we can win the race against time, and our future can be bright. The reason why I started with this message is because we are now ending in global warming and officially entered the era of global boiling. And the reason behind this is because we've seen global average temperature reaching record highs for the past 2 years. Not to mention that the advancement of generative AIs will continue driving energy consumption higher to record highs, at least for the foreseeable future. Everyone knows this. And yet, up to 75% of our global energy is being wasted, mainly in the form of heat. And the reason behind this is because for traditional insulation materials, they don't offer adequate insulation performance. So we need this much thickness, and only to achieve several degrees or several centigrade temperature difference. And many of them are highly flammable, so making them of very little use for today's mission-critical applications. So I received my PhD degree in material science from Imperial College London. After that, I moved to Japan and spent the past 15 years working at the National Research Institute for Material Science here in Japan. So in total, that's 20 years of dedicated research to the development of this, our core technology, TISA. So TISA compares to conventional insulation materials and high-end solutions like aerogel. It is the only material that can offer super insulation. And let me just demonstrate this super insulation phenomena with this short video. So here, with a thickness of only 2 millimeters, that's a few stack of business cards. It can protect my hand from this torch with a flame temperature of 1300 centigrade. So previously, we need this much thickness to achieve several degrees of temperature difference. Now it's only 2 millimeter layer for a temperature at least more than 1200 centigrade. So we are targeting the $4.4 trillion decarbonization market. This is approximately the combined market size of both semiconductor and biotechnology sectors. So TISA is a game-changing innovation, and when it applies to building insulation, we have benchmarked our TISA products against some of the best insulation pen products available nowadays. And you can see that we see not just marginal improvement, but like more than 250% improvement in performance. So we think that this is a game-changing technology, it can redefine the performance landscape of the building industry. And when we apply our solution in real-life applications and compare against the best installation, the best existing product, we see an additional 26% improvement. This is reduction in your next energy bill. I think this is the most direct economic comparison you can achieve. Of course, TISA goes beyond just being the commodity market. We are actually targeting the cutting-edge applications like AI data center. Many people know that the global spending on AI infrastructure is going to reach the first $1 trillion by year 2030. But the untold story here is that the so-called BBU, so battery backup units, these are the high energy density, fast discharging rate, lithium-ion battery backup units. The thermal runaway of those systems can easily wipe out your entire AI data center. That's, you lose the entire multi-billion GPU racks. And the reason why is that because all the AI data center operators, they cannot get fire insurance coverage. No one will, willing to take the risk. So by working with battery suppliers and GPU manufacturers, server manufacturers, we are introducing TISA sheets, which can be used, to mitigate thermal runaway of this, thermal runaway of those BBU systems. And so why us though? So because our other competitive solutions like Nomex from DuPont, all the competitive technologies, they are designed to prevent thermal runaway from happening. So you see that they can only work all the way to the entry point of thermal runaway, so before thermal runaway takes place. But our technology actually covers the entire temperature range from room temperature to 1300 centigrade. As opposed to other solutions that changes color, degraded at 600 centigrade. Our materials can sustain exposure for half an hour at 1300 without seeing any color change and no penetration of the sheets. We actually take one step further here in Japan, trying to create hydrogen infrastructure because Japan is really devoted to hydrogen, building up hydrogen economy. And I have a strong belief in hydrogen technology. The problem with liquid hydrogen or hydrogen logistic is that for transportation and storage of liquid hydrogen, we need to have a super insulation material which can be worked at cryogenic temperature because liquid hydrogen has a boiling temperature of minus 253 centigrade. And here in Japan, we're working closely with NATO, providing not only TISA, but also our double-wall super insulation tanks. These are the essential device that to realize, importing hydrogen, storing hydrogen, distributing hydrogen, and also the utilization of hydrogen for aviation, for example. As you can see, TISA actually goes beyond thermal insulation. It is a platform technology, going all the way from cryogen temperature, minus 253 centigrade for hydrogen technology. And for the mid-temperature range, we are covering the commodity markets. And all the way going up to the 1300, that's for the cutting-edge solutions such as aviation, space, AI data center, and also defense applications. So we are actually providing these strategic materials in three different form factors: powder, sheets, and paint, leveraging our partners' existing sales channels to quickly expand our market presence. So as a scientist turned entrepreneur, I've actually, in 4 years, building out a full-time team consists of very young business talent together with very experienced senior engineers from Japan's leading manufacturing powerhouses. So we have accumulated 11 patents and 1 trademark for the name of TISA. We have also acquired $5.3 million non-dilutive funding from funding agencies here in Japan and also United Nations. We have received more than 200 inquiries from companies willing to obtain first access to these strategic materials. So tackling climate crisis and also building a more sustainable future requires collective action, and we are actually fundraising our Series A. So if you are interested in our technology and share the same passion, please come to talk to us. So with this, my name is Radu, and this is Thermolytica. Thank you.
Now let's move on to the Q&A.
Thank you for the presentation. Since this kind of thermal insulation is so core to many industrial processes and many commercial construction projects, what drove your decision to focus on relatively niche markets like data centers, hydrogen supply chain, things like that?
Thank you very much. So right now for the AI data center, the problem is there's no industrial standard. So we're working closely with battery suppliers and AI data center, mainly in Taiwan, trying to create the first solution to actually mitigating thermal runaway, not just for prevention, but actually in the case of thermal runaway already taking place, how to solve that. So that's actually for the niche market. But actually for the commodity product, we see not marginal improvement. Initially we thought that we are deep tech. We should also not only focusing on the commodity, but also have our positioning in the more high-end solutions, and we are doing that. But in terms of just the commodity market, the market opportunity is so big, and we see not just marginal improvement, but more than 250% improvement in the temperature difference reduction. And when we translate that to the real economic value, we install the same inverter type of air conditioning, and we are not doing a blank comparison. We're comparing the best solution existing nowadays, and we see a 26% reduction on the energy bill. Chances are many of you may not using the thermal insulation product at all. So you will see maybe 40-50%. So our strategy is to focus on both sides and try to see. We are only at the early stage, so we are doing the POCs and working with customers, and we learn from that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talking to especially the commodity segments like building, exposure to open air, what data do you have already on durability?
Durability?
Durability under different conditions, be it moisture or...
Yes, thank you very much. So we are a 4-year company, so claiming that our solution can survive for 15 years is a bit strange. But we actually have completed accelerated tests at many independent testing agencies. That's the reason why we did that in the very early stage, because in order to acquire POCs, we have to prove that. And already this year, we have actually shipped 3,500 kilograms of our installation pan to Thailand, to the largest poultry farm in globally. All the chicken meat from McDonald's here is coming from Thailand. And the reason why is because as global warming or global boiling taking place, we see the increase of fatality. So the survival rate of chicken is now dropping, and as they lose appetite, they don't grow as big. Here in Japan, we have the same problem, you cannot no longer get the very large size eggs. So we are actually already providing our solutions to many providers, and our solution can survive based on the accelerated test 15 years under the standard UV conditions.
Impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, this concludes the Q&A. Thank you very much. Now, this concludes the pitch Elevate. Ladies and gentlemen, these 7 entrepreneurs represent the cutting edge of sustainability, agriculture, aquaculture, energy, and clean technology. Please give them a big round of applause for their vision and dedication to building a better future. So we will now take a group photo. Everyone please be seated. Remain seated. And now, Mr. Yamada, it's time for those magic words.
It's up to me, magical word. Please response. Start up. Elevate! One more? One more start up elevate. One more. Please response. Start up. Elevate! Very broad. Selfie part. Everyone, please respond. Okay. Please come here. Please come here. Please response. Startup, elevate. Very difficult. Thank you so much.
If you were here yesterday, what an exciting couple of days. You know, most of us actually have probably been to dozens of conferences, maybe hundreds, and we know that the person who comes last in the program is really screwed. So nobody wants to go last in the program, but here I am. I'm hoping that I will promise to do my best to give you something interesting in your last program while you wait for your bus. So, you know, everyone has been really excited today. I've seen so many interesting talks. Everybody's focused on the wonderful startups and also reconnecting with their peers, investor peers, as well as making new connections. But what I hope that you got a chance to do is look up from your computer, look up from your phone, and actually look around you. It was no accident that Startup Elevate took place in Okinawa. It's a beautiful place. Everybody wants to come here. It was a beautiful day today. But it's also no accident that Startup Elevate took place here at the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology. If you're new to OIST, if this is your first time, welcome. I hope that you had an opportunity to walk around and see something that you probably won't see again anytime soon, a very special university. And this morning, Gil Granat-Mayer gave you a little taste of how special OIST is. It is an international university, Japanese international university, with 1,000 people coming from 70 countries, very unique, structured in an extremely unique way with no academic departments and state-of-the-art research facilities. So world-class science is what we're aiming for. We have a graduate university, so world-class education, educating the next generation of scientists, is also what we're aiming for, but we also aim to take the results of the research and transfer them into society to benefit the world. And that's what OIST Innovation was dedicated to do. There is a whole new division, a whole division, dedicated division, to transform research into innovation. And so if you want to sort of see where we fit in the innovation development pipeline, most of you as investors are in the sort of right trough, valley of death, as you call it. But there is, for new technologies that are emerging from the research labs, disruptive technologies, there's another very deep valley, actually. And to support that valley requires different kind of funding and different support mechanisms. So if we were to if I were to back of the envelope cartoon draw what OIST Innovation does, it is to bridge that first very early valley of death. And everything about OIST is unique, and even the way we structure our innovation division is unique. So in business terminology, our flywheel, we focus on supporting four areas. Intellectual property, gap funding that gap between early invention and feasibility or proof of concept. We also think it's important to partner because as a university, our expertise is quite limited going into the market. So industry partnerships are very important, as well as support for entrepreneurship for those technologies in which a new venture is the most effective way to bring them to market. How we structure the division is also unique. Everything in that flywheel is under one roof. We have domain experts in all of these areas, intellectual property, partnerships with industry, proof of concept and gap funding, and entrepreneurship. But our administrative division is also diverse. 40% of our domain experts have graduate degrees. 60% are women. 70% of our managers are actually women. 25% of our staff are international, coming from 7 countries, and 30% are Okinawan. So, you know, it was important for us, if we were to support international innovators from all over the world, researchers, students, entrepreneurs, our support for them, our expertise, should also be diverse. So that's the sort of promotion of OIST innovation. Actually, I'm going to skip these. This is different parts of our program. We don't have a lot of time, so how are we doing actually? So OIST is very young. This graph actually is the whole history of OIST. But instead of looking at numbers, I want you to take 2 things from this diagram. One is, you know, this is actually shows commercialization events, which for innovation offices, it's licenses of technologies developed at the university. So 2 things about this figure. One is innovation is hard. When inventions come from research lab, it takes a lot of time before they can be developed and implemented into the world. But things are progressing well. But another thing to take away from this is 5 of the 10 licenses that we concluded in 2000, in fiscal year 2024, were to startups. And so this rate, if you adjust for the size of OIST, is strongly competing with some of the world's best research institutions. And what about startups? So if you take the definition of, the METI definition of startups coming from OIST research, as well as startups that we incubate through our various programs, we're also doing well, and increasingly well, 35 total startups. 24 had our highest rate of startups per year. But something like this, commercialization, licenses, startups, interactions with industry, don't happen by accident, actually. There is no magic bullet to support technologies coming from the research labs. It takes a systematic, actually long-term strategic investments in both people, money, as well as infrastructure. So I know that some of you probably went to tour the campus, but maybe some of you also toured the incubation facilities. We just opened 2 1,000 square meters, so total of 2,000 square meter facilities dedicated to promoting innovation and supporting innovation. So not just a startup incubator, but a place where investors can gather, entrepreneurs and business people, as well as government, right on campus. And so this is a very, very unique I would say, asset that not many universities have. And I hope that if you didn't get a chance to see it, that next time you're in Okinawa, you can see it. So for those of you who are new, that are really curious and want to learn more about OIST innovation, about our startups that you saw today, please reach out to us. I know you're in and out. If you want to continue a conversation, please email us. So that concludes actually my promotion of OIST and OIST innovation. And I'm gonna use the rest of the time to close the doors and actually turn off all the cameras and give you a rare opportunity to ask me anything. I have been at OIST for what feels like 100 years. I know all of its secrets. I know everything good, bad, and ugly. And if you're new to OIST, you must have many, many questions like why? What is it doing here? What is this place? How did it get here? So I'm going to give you an opportunity. And this is it. Nobody gets this opportunity. Okay?
Any questions from the audience?
No? No? Nobody's listening? Oh, we have someone in the back? Okay. No? Okay. Anybody? No? Do you know, have you guys ever been to concerts in which, everybody sort of leaves, but, you want to wait until everybody leaves because you don't want to hit traffic and stuff, but then actually the band comes back out and performs to like 50 people? Okay. That happened to me. It changes your life, really, with Prince. So I'm giving you this opportunity. The band has come back out. No. Okay. Well, I think everybody's waiting for the announcement of the winners of the poster session and startup. So I'm going to hand it over. I think the award ceremony. Thank you again for visiting OIST. This is a great opportunity. The university is very honored to have so many investors and also entrepreneurs to visit us and to see this really special place. We hope that you will interact with us. We have many touch points for you to interact. We're wide open to industry, to investors, and to entrepreneurs, regardless of their association with OIST. So please come see us again. I hope this is not the last time we see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. Now we are moving to the award ceremony. Before we are starting our award ceremony, please let us share with you our dear sponsors for this Startup Elevate 2025 Sustainability Session. Platinum sponsors, Jelaco Inc., Suntory Holdings Limited, Gold sponsors, Mitsubishi Estate Co. Limited, Ryukyu Broadcasting Corporation, RBC, Suzuyo & Co. Limited. Thank you so much for all your support and contribution. Now, let's move to the award ceremony. We will start with the Best Poster Award. This award is granted for the best poster presentation based on the voting by the attendees. Are you ready? Ready. Yep. Thank you. This award goes to Masaki Nakada, NeuroX Inc. Nakada-san, please come up on the stage. Congratulations. Please take a photo. And could I have a short word from you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was not expecting this at all. So thank you so much for great honor. And then it was really good to have a conversation with everybody here. Not everybody, actually. I couldn't talk with everybody. I wish I could. So, but we do provide fish AI and then to do sustainable fish production and to try to analyze those biomass, fish counting, and fish health and appetite analysis kind of stuff. So even after this meeting, I wish we can collaborate on better future of the planet and then for the good sake of humanity. And then, yeah, that's pretty much everything. And then, again, thank you so much.
Next award is the Best Mentor VC Award. This one is presented to the Mentor VC, who received the highest evaluation from the participating entrepreneurs at the pitch circuit. This award goes to Asumi Ota, D4V. Ota-san, please come up on the stage. Congratulations. Could I have a few words from you?
Thank you so much for this award, and thank you Lifetime Ventures and OIST for inviting us. It's been an honor working with you all, startups, entrepreneurs, and other VC mentors. It's been so much fun. So thank you to everyone. Happy to receive this award.
The next award is the Best Growth Award. This award recognizes the startup that has shown the greatest improvement measured by comparing their pitch circuit evaluations with today's scores. This award goes to Ryuta Nakajima, Kafu Ocean. Please come up on the stage. Congratulations!
Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. The company is just starting, and we have so much more problem solving to do before our technology gets to the world. But we hope to survive so that everybody can enjoy eating squid sashimi or whatever, the calamari, fruits, or things out of nature that your choice of your dish. Thank you so much.
ぜひお願いいたします。すみません。よろしくお願いいたします。
Yeah, thank you for this award. Actually, I did nothing. but I think that I received the same award last year. So yeah, it's very happy for me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next award is the Runner-Up Pitch Award. This award is presented to the startup with the second highest evaluation from our judges. This award goes to Elevate, Across Private Limited. Please come up on the stage. Congratulations.
Thank you for judges for scoring me well. And I found also all the pitches today really, really amazing. So I'm frankly quite surprised. I even took my jacket off already. But it's been a pleasure to be here in Okinawa. It's my first time. and hopefully not the last. Thank you for having me.
And finally, the Best Pitch Award. This award goes to the startup that received the highest evaluation from our mentor VCs and guest judges. This award goes to Radar Samalitica Inc. Please come up on the stage. Yeah, there's a seesaw for the. Congratulations!
So thank you for all the audience and fellow judges. So for selecting me or selecting us as the best pitch presentation. So I also would like to thank all the other startup participants because their pitch actually, you know, I'm the last one, so I take the advantage of their background information. You know, yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see with so many technology, but it's also troublesome to see the deaths of the coral reef. You know, we really need to tackle global the climate crisis. So I hope this is a very good message for all of us. I am strongly believe in hydrogen technology. It's so much I believe so much is like a religious thing, you know. And I believe that for aviation, you know, especially this the fossil fuels issues. For aviation, you can't use battery because you're not going to fly from Tokyo to New York with a propeller. You know, that takes you 70 hours. You need combustion engine, jet engines, and you need to have those hydrogen for the future. Thank you.
So hydrogen was actually only issue that I had a little issue with him during a discussion. As a VC, I'm always passing hydrogen opportunities for my own view, but he's changing my view a little bit. But it's always a pleasure, and for VCs, it's always entrepreneurs who are the stars. Without them, we have nothing to do. So, congrats.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to thank my mentor, Shirai-san. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, please join me in congratulating all the winners for their outstanding achievements. To conclude, please welcome Kuni-san from Lifetime Ventures for the closing remark.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming all the way to Okinawa for a day full of discussions, questions, and connections. Really, thank you from the bottom of my heart, especially to our speakers, to our judges, to our mentor VCs, to our startup founders, to poster presenters, and all of you in this room. Very unfortunately, to change the tone a little bit, climate change, environmental degradation are still happening, and they won't wait, but neither should we. So I'd like this conference today not to be just a series of talks, but that will be accompanied by the walks, starting not from tomorrow, but from today. And to kick off such action, I'd like to start with just one piece of action. Ryusei Yamada, our in-house startup elevator. Along with two of the many partners that have made it happen today. Lauren Ha from OIST Innovation. And of course, Ryosuke Kimura from Lifetime Ventures.
last startup Elevate. Please response. Startup Elevate. Please keep 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Okay. 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 Thank you so much.